He did not plan to stay the night when he came back to the house. It was supposed to be a quick visit, a practical one, a few boxes, a few signatures, a brief look around, just enough to say that he had done his duty and then leave again before the memories could fully wake up. But the day stretched out longer than he thought, and by the time he carried the last box out to the hallway, evening had already slid quietly into place. The sky outside, the dusty windows turned a deep shade of blue that belonged only to the hours between day and night. And the house, which had seemed simply old and empty, in the daytime now felt different. It felt like it was watching him. The air inside was heavier here than anywhere else he had been. In years old, wood dust, the faint smell of books, the lingering echo of his father's cologne. All of it mixed into something he could not easily name, something between familiarity and unease. He stood in what used to be the living room and tried to see it the way it was before, when the furniture was not covered in sheets, and the walls still held framed photographs when the television in the corner hummed softly on weekend evenings. And his mother hummed louder in the kitchen when his father's footsteps meant it was time to turn the volume down and pretend everything was under control. The silence now was complete. Not a peaceful silence, but the kind that makes every small movement sound too loud. His keys hitting the table, the click of a light switch, the soft exhale he did not realize he was holding. The lawyer had told him to take his time. The house was his. Now the documents were clear. There was no rush to sell, no one waiting to move in. But for him, the walls felt like they were pushing gently inward, as if reminding him that this was not just a building of bricks and wood. It was a container for years he had carefully avoided revisiting. Still, he stayed there, standing in the middle of it all, because something in him could not walk out just yet. Maybe it was guilt. Maybe it was nostalgia. Maybe it was simply curiosity. The kind that only appears when you know there is no one left to answer your questions. He walked slowly from room to room, turning on as few lights as possible, letting the dusk fill the spaces with soft shadows. His old bedroom, smaller than he remembered, the faded line on the wall where his bed used to stand, the patch of paint that was slightly lighter where a poster had once hung. He could still trace in his memory the exact shape of it. A band logo he hardly listened to anymore. And yet, the absence of that rectangle on the wall felt louder than any song the kitchen held. Its own ghosts. The chair where his mother always sat, the chipped mug. His father refused to throw away the one with a crack so thin you could only see it if you held it up to the light. These details tugged at him, not with sharp pain, but with a slow, deep ache. The kind that settles in the chest and refuses to move. He should have booked a hotel, he thought for a moment. He could, still grab his bag, lock the door behind him, and come back in the morning, pretending that the night between now and then had never existed. But his suitcase was already upstairs, and there was something about the quiet that made him stay. He did not want to admit it, but a part of him had been afraid of this house for years, not because of what had happened inside it, but because of what remained unsaid. The arguments cut short, the apologies that never arrived, the conversations that circled and circled but never reached their center. All of that still lived here in some invisible way, and tonight, for the first time since the funeral, there was no one left between him and those echoes. It was just him and the walls and the past that pressed against them. He wandered back into the hallway and turned toward the small storage room at the end of the corridor. It had always been a place where things were put and never dealt with boxes, stacked on boxes, old coats that no one wore anymore, broken lamps, holiday decorations, tangled cables. It was the room his mother kept promising to clean and his father kept promising to ignore. The door creaked the same way it always had when he pushed it open. The smell inside was different from the rest of the house, a little colder, a little dustier. He managed to find the switch and the old yellow bulb flickered before giving off a tired light, revealing the familiar chaos. The boxes were still there. Some of them collapsed in on themselves under their own weight labels, written in his mother's neat handwriting winter clothes. Dishes, photos, books, there was a comfort in the mess because it meant that not everything had been carefully curated and packed away. Some things had been left unfinished, and in that unfinishedness, there was something human. He stepped closer, reading the labels gently with his fingertips as if touching the words might somehow bring the people who wrote them back for just a moment. One box sat lower than the rest, half hidden behind a suitcase its label had faded almost completely. The tape peeling at the edges, he hesitated for a second. His hand hovering over the cardboard, and in that hesitation, a thought flickered through him that he could just leave it there close. The door walk away. He did not owe this box anything but curiosity can be heavier than reluctance. And eventually, he crouched down and pulled it toward him. The tape resisted, then gave way with a dry tearing sound that seemed too loud in the cramped little room. He opened the flaps and for a second saw nothing but a jumble of old notebooks, envelopes, and small objects wrapped in tissue paper. The kind of things that did not fit clearly into any category too personal to throw away, too unimportant to display. He moved a few notebooks aside, and that was when he saw it. An envelope slightly yellowed with age, its edges softened, its surface covered in a thin layer of dust. The handwriting on it was careful and familiar, his name written across the front the way it had once appeared on his school notebooks. Only this was not his own script. This was someone else's. Someone who had known him well enough to write his name in that particular way, with the same small curve in the middle letter that almost no one ever noticed the world around him seemed to narrow the cluttered room. The boxes, the light all faded slightly as his focus tunneled in on that single envelope. It should not have been here. It should have been anywhere else, mailed, delivered, handed to him in a hallway outside a classroom on a summer afternoon. Instead, it lay buried in a storage room waiting for hands that never came. He picked it up slowly, as if afraid that too sudden a movement might erase the words written on it. His thumb brushed away the dust and the letters stood out clearer now. His name and beneath it, nothing else. No return address, no date. No indication of what waited inside. But the paper itself told a story. The texture of it slightly rough the way people used to buy stationery when writing a letter was an event, not a habit. This was not a note scribbled in haste. It was something composed, chosen, meant to last. His heartbeat shifted rhythm somewhere between his chest and his throat. He turned the envelope over, half expecting to see it sealed, unbroken, untampered with, but the flap was still glued tight. Whoever had placed it in this box had never opened it. It was addressed to him and had never been read. His mind raced through possibilities. Maybe it was from a relative he had forgotten some formal thing. Maybe it was connected to legal papers. Perhaps his father had put it here intending to give it to him later and then simply forgot. But beneath all the logical guesses, there was another thought. One he didn't want to look at directly because it felt too heavy, too intimate, too close to the version of himself he had left in this house. Almost 3 decades ago, he knew only one person whose handwriting had looked like this, careful, slightly tilted to the right with small, deliberate curves between letters, as if the words themselves were shy about taking up too much space on the page, and that person had disappeared from his life 29 years earlier. When he was still young enough to believe that time would always give him another chance, that there would always be one more summer, one more conversation, one more day to say the things he didn't say. Back then, her name came back to him, slowly, not like a sudden flash, but like a photograph developing in water line by line, detail by detail, until the image was complete and undeniable. And with the name came memories not ordered or neat, but scattered fragments bright and sharp. A shared desk in a classroom, the way she used to tilt her head when she was trying not to laugh. The sound of her pen tapping against a notebook, the way she had once looked at him as if she were about to say something important, and then changed her mind. He swallowed the air in the room, feeling it scrape dry against his throat. The box, the dust, the years all pressed together into a single thin object in his hands. One envelope, one decision he could make now that he could not have made. Then he stood up too quickly, almost losing his balance, and stepped back into the hallway, clutching the letter as if it might disappear if he loosened his grip. The rest of the house blurred around the edges. The storage room door remained open behind him, but he did not close it. He did not look back. He walked to the living room and dropped onto the old sofa. The springs creaking under his weight, the envelope resting quietly in his palm like a small heart that had stopped beating long ago, but still carried warmth from another time. He stared at his name written there and felt something inside him tremble. Not with fear exactly, but with the awareness that whatever waited inside this envelope belonged to a version of himself. He had left behind the boy who did not know what would happen after graduation. The boy who thought he had all the time in the world to figure things out. The boy who did not understand that some moments only knock once, and if you do not open the door, they do not return. The house listened as he sat there. The walls, the floorboards? The old clock that no longer worked, all of them holding their breath with him as if they too were waiting for him to decide. He traced the edge of the flap with his thumb, hesitated another second, then finally slipped a finger under the seal. The dried glue gave way with a soft crackle that sounded impossibly loud in the quiet room. It felt like opening a door that had been locked for decades. Even though it was only paper when the envelope was open, he did not pull the letter out immediately for a few seconds. He simply sat there feeling the weight of the moment settle into his bones. The realization that whatever words were written on the pages inside had been meant for him at a time when he was someone else, someone younger, someone more uncertain and somehow more sure of some things than he could ever be. Now, finally, he slid the folded sheets into his hand. The paper was slightly brittle at the corners, but still intact. He unfolded it carefully, the creases resisting them, yielding, and there it was. Lines of ink written in that same familiar hand, drifting across the page with a patience that felt like her. He could almost see her sitting somewhere at a desk, leaning over the paper brow, furrowed slightly as she chose each word, pressing a little harder on the parts that mattered. Most, he took a breath deeper than he intended and began to read. Even before his eyes moved, he felt time shift around him, the present loosening its grip as the past rose to meet him. Halfway the house, the dust, the empty rooms all faded just a little as another scene, another year, another life began to bleed into this one. And for the first time in 29 years, he heard her voice again. Not in the room, not in his ears, but somewhere further. In somewhere the night had finally reached and gently shaken awake. He read the first line slowly, letting the shape of each word settle into him before moving to the next, as if the ink itself carried the warmth of her hand, the curve of her thoughts. The quiet weight of everything she never said aloud. It was strange how instantly familiar her voice felt, even though it came to him only through sentences on paper, sentences written almost 3 decades ago. Yet they reached him as clearly as if she were sitting beside him. Speaking softly in the dim light, she began gently the way she always did when something mattered more than she wanted to admit. She wrote that she hoped he was well, that she wasn't sure he would ever read this, that she didn't know whether she should write it at all. But she was writing anyway, because sometimes silence hurts more than words. And she was tired of carrying things that had no place to go. She wrote about the last day they saw each other, the day before her family moved away, the day she had seemed distracted, her eyes drifting over. His face then away, then back again. He remembered that day. But faintly, as if through glass, he remembered feeling that something was unsaid. But he did not know what or how to ask. And now, in the letter she explained, she had wanted to tell him everything she had started to, and then fear swallowed her words. She wrote that she didn't know how to say what she felt, or what she wanted, or what she hoped he might feel too, because in those years, such things were fragile and enormous and terrifying. She wrote that he had been her closest friend in ways he never realized, that she had trusted him more than anyone else, that he had unknowingly carried her through some of the hardest moments of her childhood moments. She never told him about moments she had kept hidden, even from herself. But somehow being near him made them feel smaller, less heavy, more survivable. And she feared losing that more than anything, losing the one person who made the world make sense even when it didn't. He felt a sting behind his eyes, a pressure building slow and steady, like something pushing up from deep beneath the surface. Not pain exactly, but recognition. Recognition of a truth he had sensed all those years ago without ever understanding it. She continued, the lines flowing a little more unevenly, as if she had written this part faster, her hand trembling just slightly. She wrote that the move had come suddenly, her parents deciding within weeks, and she had not had time to say goodbye properly. Not the kind of goodbye she wanted, not the kind that would tell him what he meant to her. She wrote that on that final day when she saw him. By the school gates she had tried to speak, but the words caught in her throat. She had hoped he would notice that she wanted him to stay a little longer to walk with her one last time, to say something that would give her courage. But he was distracted or tired, or simply unaware. And the moment passed and she never got it back. He closed his eyes, breathing through the ache her handwriting seemed to tremble on the page as she described how she walked away that afternoon, her heart pounding her hands, shaking her mind, screaming that she was making a mistake. And yet, she kept walking because she didn't know how to stop, how to turn back, how to ask for the things she wanted. Most, he opened his eyes again and kept reading. She wrote that after the move, she tried to adjust to the new city, the new school, the new life. But for months, she carried an emptiness. She couldn't explain an absence that followed her through hallways and classrooms and lonely walks home. She told him that his name would come to her mind in quiet moments. Uninvited, but welcome, like a small, warm light in a cold, unfamiliar place. She wrote that sometimes she wondered if he ever thought about her, or if she had simply been a passing figure in his life, a shadow that disappeared without leaving any imprint. She hoped that wasn't true, but she wasn't sure. Hope and doubt lived side by side in her chest like two animals, constantly circling each other. She wrote that even if he never thought of her again, she wanted him to have this letter, not because she expected anything from him, not because she wanted to reopen something painful, but because she believed that some truths deserve to be spoken, even if their time has passed. He felt the letter pulse faintly in his hands, as if the paper itself carried the heartbeat she must have felt while writing it. His throat tightened as she wrote the words she had never managed to say out loud, words he had never imagined he would hear. She wrote that she had loved him not in a dramatic or overwhelming way, but in a quiet, steady way. The kind of love that feels like breathing easy when someone enters the room, the kind of love that makes everyday moments sharper and kinder and more alive. She wrote that she didn't know if it was the kind of love that lasted forever, or the kind that belonged only to a certain age, but she knew it was real, and she wanted him to know that he had been loved even if he never realized it, even if he had moved on, even if life had changed both of them beyond recognition. She ended the first page by saying that some people leave marks on you even when they don't mean to, and he had left a mark on her, one that time had softened but never erased. He lowered the page, letting it rest against his knee as his chest tightened in a way he hadn't felt in years. The room around him felt smaller, as if the walls had stepped closer, not threateningly, but intimately pressing the weight of memory against him. From every side, he realized he was gripping the page too tightly and forced himself to loosen his hand. He had not turned to the second page yet. He wasn't sure he was ready for it, even though he knew he would read it. He could feel the rest of the letter waiting quietly, the way truth often waits, patient, unmovable, knowing that once spoken, it cannot be taken back, but it can finally set something free. The house was utterly silent. No distant car sounds, no ticking clock, no shifting floorboards, the kind of silence that feels alive, listening. Watching, holding space for him to continue when he was able, he inhaled deeply. The smell of old paper dustwood and something else, something faintly sweet, a scent he could not place, but which made him think of summers long gone. He lifted the second page slowly, the way you lift something fragile, something irreplaceable, something that carries the weight of a life you didn't know was connected to yours in ways you had not understood until now. And as he brought his eyes to the top line, he felt a strange certainty settle in him that whatever words came next would change him, not dramatically, not loudly, but deeply permanently, in the quiet way that nights like this always do. He began to read the second page, feeling as though each line pulled him deeper into a version of the past he had never truly lived yet. Somehow remembered as if her memories were stirring his own, shaping them, illuminating the empty spaces between what he thought he knew and what had actually been. She wrote that after the move, she tried many times to write to him, but every letter she started felt wrong, too dramatic, too hopeful, too frightened. She kept thinking she would see him again someday, that life would fold the two of them back into the same place at the same time. And the words could be spoken, then not written, but months became years. And the distance between them grew, not just in miles, but in all the unspoken things that accumulated between two people who once understood each other without effort. She wrote that she kept the letters she never sent tucked away in a drawer like small folded pieces of time. Each one a moment of courage she almost had. But not quite. She wrote that sometimes she would imagine what his life might be like, who he had become, whether he still laughed the same way, whether he still kept his hands in his pockets when he was unsure or nervous, whether he still looked slightly away when something mattered too much. She wrote that she hoped he was happy truly, deeply, honestly happy, even if she wasn't part of that happiness. She wrote that growing up had taught her something she wished she had understood when she was young, that people don't disappear from your life because they don't care. Sometimes they disappear because life moves them, because fear holds them back, because circumstances drag them in directions they never chose, because silence feels safer than truth and safer than risking loss. She wrote that she wished she had been braver, wished she had spoken sooner, wished she had not waited for the perfect moment, because she now knew perfect moments rarely arrive. They must be made. Courage is not something that comes to you, it is something you choose, and she had chosen it too late. She wrote that if he was reading this letter now, then something had brought it to him at the time. He was meant to read it not earlier, not later. Maybe that was fate. Maybe it was coincidence. Or maybe it was simply the strange way life delivers the things we are finally ready to face. She wrote that she didn't expect anything from him. Not a reply, not an explanation, not an apology. She wanted only one thing: for him to know the truth of how she felt, and for him to carry that truth gently without guilt or burden, because it had been a good truth, a warm one, a piece of her life that had brought her comfort in dark times, and she was grateful for it, no matter how quietly it had lived inside her. She wrote that she hoped he would think of her sometimes, not with sadness, but with the softness of remembering someone who once walked beside him. Even if only for a little while, she wrote that if he ever wondered whether he had ever been loved truly, honestly, deeply, the answer was yes. She wrote the word yes on its own line, small but sure, as if she wanted it to stand alone without explanation or apology. She wrote that she hoped he had someone in his life now. Someone who saw him the way she once did, someone who understood the hidden parts of him the way she had tried to, someone who made him feel safe enough to speak the words he never spoke to her. She wrote that she hoped he had not let fear steal too many chances, that he had not let the years shape him into someone who closed doors. Instead of opening them, she wrote that she hoped he had forgiven himself for the things he never said, because she had forgiven him long ago. She wrote that she believed some connections do not break. They simply fall silent, waiting. Waiting for a letter, waiting for a glance, waiting for a moment when the truth can finally breathe, even if it breathes too late. The ending of the page came gradually, her handwriting softening like a candle burning lower. She wrote one final paragraph when he read, twice before he realized tears had blurred the letters she wrote, that if life ever brought him to a crossroads, a moment when he did not know which way to go, she hoped he would choose the path that asked him to be brave, not perfect, not certain, just brave enough to feel brave enough to speak, brave enough to love, because she had learned too late that bravery is not loud, it is quiet. It is choosing to open the door even when your hands shake. Choosing to say what matters, even when your voice trembles. Choosing to move forward, even when you still carry the weight of the past. She wrote that she hoped he would live a life she would be proud of, not because he owed her anything, but because she had always believed he was meant for more than he allowed himself to imagine. She wrote that wherever she was when he read this, whether far away or somewhere close in memory, she was glad he existed. Glad she knew him. Glad she had felt what she felt, because some feelings, even the ones that go unspoken, are worth. Having she signed the letter with her first name, nothing more, nothing less, no date. No place, just her name written softly as if she whispered it into the page for the last time, he stared at it, unable to look away. His heart thudding with a strange mix of grief and tenderness and regret. And something he could not name, something that felt like a door opening inside him. A door he had sealed shut for decades without realizing how heavy it had become. When he finally lowered the page onto his lap, he realized the room around him had changed. Or maybe he had changed. The shadows were deeper, the air thicker, the silence heavier. But none of it felt threatening. It felt like the world had paused to give him space to feel everything he had refused to feel. For years he looked down at her name at the final curve of the final letter and whispered it aloud softly as if afraid to break it. And when he heard it in his own voice for the first time in decades, something inside him loosened, something released. Something long buried rose slowly to the surface, not with pain, but with the quiet ache of recognition. The quiet ache of remembering, the quiet ache of understanding what had been lost before he even knew it was his to lose. He folded the letter carefully, hands trembling slightly, not with fear, but with the weight of what it meant. And when he looked at the envelope again, he knew with absolute certainty that finding it now after 29 years was not an accident. It was a summons, a calling, a truth that had finally found its way back to him, even if it was too late to answer it the way he once might have. He leaned back against the creaking sofa, staring at the ceiling, the letter resting gently against his chest as if he were trying to hold her close for one final moment. And in the quiet darkness of the old house, with nothing but the sound of his own breath, he whispered a single, barely audible sentence, one he did not realize he had been carrying inside him for almost 30 years. I'm sorry. And I remember. He did not know how long he stayed like that, lying there with the letter pressed lightly against his chest, listening to the uneven rhythm of his own breath as the weight of everything he had just read slowly settled into the deepest parts of him. Time inside the house no longer moved the way it usually did. Minutes stretched into something softer, quieter, almost liquid, folding into one another until the present felt blurred at the edges, blending with memories he had not touched in decades. Every sound in the house seemed amplified, the creak of the wooden floor, the sigh of the old walls, the faint rustle of curtains in a draft. He could not feel the place felt alive around him, watching, listening, holding him in a way that was strangely comforting. He eventually forced himself to sit up the room, spinning slightly. Not from dizziness, but from the overwhelming wave of emotion he had tried to keep contained. Something inside him felt raw, exposed, as if the letter had reached into a locked room in his chest and opened every drawer at once. He looked down at the folded pages resting in his hands, and a single sharp question pierced through the fog of his thoughts. Why was the letter here? Why had it never reached him? Who hid it? Who placed it in that box? Who decided he was not meant to see it back then? The thought pressed against him like a cold hand around his ribs. His father had been strict, distant, protective in strange, unspoken ways. His mother softer, quieter, always trying to keep the peace between two people who did not always understand each other. He rose from the sofa and walked back toward the storage room, the letter still held carefully between his fingers. He knelt in front of the box again, pushing aside old notebooks and broken trinkets, looking for anything else connected to her. Anything that might explain how the letter ended up buried here. He found nothing at first. Just scraps of paper, old receipts, faded photographs of relatives he barely remembered until his hand brushed against something hard. A small metal tin tucked beneath a stack of empty envelopes. He pulled it out slowly, the lid scratched and dented from years of being forgotten. He opened it, expecting nails or buttons or something. Meaningless. Instead, he found a small stack of letters tied with a thin blue ribbon. The sight of the ribbon made his breath catch. It was the same shade she used to wear in her hair on days she wanted to feel pretty, a soft light blue that matched her eyes in spring. He untied the ribbon with trembling fingers, the knot stiff with age. The letters inside were not hers. Not addressed to him, they were addressed to his father, written by someone he did not recognize the handwriting. Sharp and hurried and full of urgency. He unfolded the first one, scanning quickly the words jumping out at him. Please understand, we have no choice. She cannot stay there anymore. The longer she remains, the more damage it will cause. And then another line in the same letter: if the boy discovers the truth, it will follow him the rest of his life, and we cannot allow that. His stomach twisted violently. What truth? What did any of this have to do with him and her? He opened the next letter, his eyes racing over the ink she has grown attached to. Your son. This is becoming dangerous for both of them. You must intervene. Relocate her quickly. Do not give them time to say goodbye. It will only make things harder. Later, he felt the room tilt slightly, his hand gripping the edge of the box to steady himself, a cold realization spreading inside him like frost. Her move, it had not been sudden, it had not been innocent, it had not been fate. It had been arranged, forced, engineered by adults who decided that two teenagers who cared for each other posed some undefined, vague, undefined threat. He opened the third letter, the last one, the ink smeared in places as if it had been exposed to moisture or tears. Perhaps it said, "Thank you for agreeing to keep the final letter from him. It is better this way. He must not know what she wrote. It will complicate everything. Please destroy it and do not mention it again." He felt something break inside him, a soundless crack deep in his chest like ice splitting on a frozen lake. The edges sharp, the wound cold. His father had found the letter and kept it hidden. His father had made sure he would never read it. His father had made the decision to sever their connection without ever telling him why he sat back on the floor, the metal tin resting beside him. The truth settling heavy and dark inside him, he whispered, "What did you do?" "Dad," his voice barely audible. The storage room seemed smaller, suddenly pressing against him. With the weight of years of silence, he remembered his father's strictness, his way of shutting down conversations, questions, emotions, anything that did not fit his narrow view of strength. Maybe in his father's mind he was protecting his son. Maybe he believed young love was dangerous, distracting, destructive. Maybe he thought he was saving him from heartbreak or from choices he did not approve of. Maybe he thought he was doing the right thing. None of that made the truth hurt less. He closed his eyes, the realization slicing through him. He had lived his entire adult life believing she had simply left, believing she had forgotten him, believing the distance was natural, not engineered, that she had chosen to disappear when in reality she had tried to reach him, when in reality she had loved him, when in reality she had written to him asking him to be brave only for her words to be taken before they ever reached him. The betrayal sat heavy on his lungs, making it hard to breathe. He looked back at the letter. Her letter, the one he held against his chest moments ago, with quiet reverence. It felt different now. Heavier, fuller, alive with a truth he had not been ready to face. Until this moment, he whispered again, softer this time. Dad, why the silence around him did not answer. Because the man who had hidden the letter was gone, buried months ago, with secrets that now spilled out like shadows across the hallway of the old house. He rose to his feet, gripping the letter in one hand, the tin in the other, and walked back toward the living room. His steps slow, measured, deliberate. He placed everything on the table and stood there staring down at the fragments of the past as if trying to see through them into a life that might have been. He imagined her sitting alone at her desk writing those words, believing they would reach him. believing honesty was worth the risk, believing he deserved the truth. And he never got to read any of it because someone else decided for him. Someone else chose which version of his own life he was allowed to have. He sank onto the sofa again, elbows on his knees, head in his hands, breathing through the storm rising inside him. He felt anger, grief, regret, and something deeper, something more dangerous. The knowledge that the life he lived had been shaped not just by his choices, but by the choices of others. Choices made without his consent, without his understanding, without his awareness, but beneath all that, beneath the anger, beneath the betrayal, beneath the grief, was something else. A single persistent truth glowing like an ember in the ashes. She had loved him, and he had not known. And now, after 29 years, the truth had come back to him in a house filled with ghosts and dust, asking him to face it, to understand it, to decide what to do with the pieces now that he finally held them. And as he sat there, the night deepened around him, the darkness softening into something almost gentle, as if the world itself knew he was about to step into a part of his life he had been running from without ever realizing it. The story was no longer just about a lost letter. It was about everything that had been stolen, everything unsaid, everything that still waited for him to find it. He lifted his head, eyes stinging, jaw-tight chest, heavy, and whispered into the quiet that felt like it was listening. I have to find her somehow, even if it's too late. I have to know the rest. He did not sleep that night. Not even for a moment. The house would not let him, and his mind could not stop racing through memories. Questions, fragments of conversations, half-buried instincts that now rose to the surface one after another, as if the truth had loosened something inside him, something that had been locked behind years of silence. He sat on the floor surrounded by the letter, the metal tin, the unopened notebooks, and the dust of decades, trying to make sense of how a single object found in an old box had cracked open an entire lifetime of misunderstanding. When the first pale hint of morning crept through the curtains, he felt no closer to answers. But one thing had settled fully and unshakably inside him. He needed to find out what had happened to her. Not just the part she had written, but the part she could not write, the part life had written. After the ink dried on her final words, he stood slowly, stretching sore muscles, picking up the letter and placing it carefully into the inside pocket of his jacket, as if the fabric itself needed to hold her safely close. The notebook he kept for work lay on a shelf above the sofa. He pulled it down, flipped past pages of meaningless schedules and to-do lists until he reached a clean one and wrote her name at the top of it. The letters shaky, not because he had forgotten how to write her name, but because he finally dared to allow himself to see it again. Once the name was written, he felt something inside him tighten and ease at the same time, as if the act itself acknowledged a truth he had been avoiding since childhood. He grabbed his phone and typed her name into the search bar. It felt strange seeing it on a glowing screen. A modern echo of something that belonged to notebooks, folded letters, hallways after school. But the search results were disappointing too. Common too. Scattered too imprecise. He refined the search, added the city she had moved to, added the school they had attended, added the year. Still nothing conclusive, nothing that felt like her, nothing that carried the warmth of her handwriting. He tried social media, the digital graveyard of forgotten connections and half-kept friendships accounts with similar names, photos of strangers' locations that meant nothing. And then one account caught his eye, a profile with no picture, no posts, only an old username that looked familiar, but he could not be sure the account had been inactive for years. The last update from a decade ago, nothing to indicate it belonged to her. But his chest tightened just a little, because after 29 years, he had learned that sometimes the smallest details were the ones that mattered. He scribbled the username in his notebook beside her name, underlining it twice. His handwriting still shaky, he closed the phone and looked around the room, the shadows shifting as morning finally touched the edges of the furniture, but the house still felt stuck in another time, as if waiting for him to take the next step. He walked into the kitchen. opened a drawer, pulled out a half-broken pen and a stack of old papers, then sat at the table staring at the surface where his father used to read the newspaper every morning. His father, who had taken the letter hidden, it made a choice that altered both their lives without ever asking whether there might have been kindness instead of danger. In letting two young people speak honestly, he felt anger rise again. Hot, sharp, heavy, but it cooled quickly into something else. Something softer, exhausted. Something close to sorrow. He began sorting through the papers, looking for clues. Anything that might lead him to the truth of what his father had believed. He found Bill's insurance papers. Old tax forms, school letters, then buried under a thick folder. He found a small address book, the real kind, bound in leather, frayed at the edges, pages yellowing. He flipped through it. Names, numbers, addresses, most of them unfamiliar until halfway through one name made his breath pause. The name of her mother, written in his mother's. Handwriting not his father's beside it was an address he didn't recognize. He hurried to his laptop, typed it in. But the search yielded a different location than the one she had moved to with her family years ago. Perhaps they had moved again. Perhaps this was old. Perhaps it meant nothing, but he wrote it down anyway. The notebook page filling slowly with fragments of possibilities. He grabbed his coat, the letter still tucked securely inside its pocket, and left the house, locking the door behind him. The morning was cold sharp with a wind that made his eyes sting, but he barely felt it. He drove for hours, the road unwinding beneath him in a long grey ribbon. The radio off, the silence inside the car, thick and electric, as if he were afraid any sound might break the delicate thread connecting him to the past. Every few minutes, he glanced at the notebook beside him, checking the address again and again, as if afraid it would vanish the way she vanished from his life when he finally reached the street he parked and sat for a moment, gripping the steering wheel, trying to steady the flood of emotion building inside him. He didn't know what he expected to find. He didn't know whether she had lived here, whether she had passed through briefly, or whether this was a dead end. But he had to try. He walked up the cracked pathway to the house, knocked once then again. An elderly woman opened the door, her hair silver, her eyes sharp, curious. Cautious, she looked at him with a mixture of surprise and recognition, though he had never seen her before. She spoke his name softly, not as a question, but as something she had been expecting. He froze, unable to speak. She stepped aside and gestured for him to enter her voice. "Gentle, come in. I knew one day you would..." She led him to a small living room filled with photographs and fading sunlight. He sat barely breathing. The woman sat across from him, studying him as though comparing him to a memory. Then she exhaled long and slow and said the words he had both feared and needed. To hear, I knew her. She spoke of her as if she still walked into the room. I knew her very well. He felt the ground shift beneath him. He tried to ask her a question, but no sound came out. She held up a hand gently, as if she understood everything he was afraid to ask. "You want to know what happened to her, don't you?" And he nodded, unable to hide the tremor in his hands, unable to stop the fear and hope tangled in his throat. The woman looked at him with eyes full of something. He couldn't decipher sympathy, sorrow, memory, something old and heavy. She inhaled and said, "I will tell you everything, but first you must understand she never forgot you." She said those words with such certainty that his breath caught midway in his chest. The room around him seemed to tilt slightly, the edges softening, the colors dimming, as if the walls themselves leaned closer to listen. He tried to speak, but nothing came out, not even a whisper. The woman's voice softened even more. Carrying the weight of years, you were not a passing thought to her, not a childhood phase, not a memory that faded with time. You were a name she carried with her through every place she lived, every change, every struggle, every quiet moment when life grew too heavy. She paused, studying his face, and added quietly, "You were the one piece of her past she never let go of." Even when everything else slipped away, he felt warmth sting behind his eyes. the kind that comes before tears, the kind he had not allowed himself to feel. In years, he lowered his gaze, unable to steady the trembling in his hands. The woman continued her tone. "Gentle patient, she told me about you 1,000 times more than you. Can imagine she told me about the way you used to make her laugh when she didn't want to laugh. The way you had this quiet kindness, even when you tried to hide it. The way you never realized how deeply you mattered." He swallowed hard each word, pressing deeper into him, sharpening the ache that had followed him all morning. She looked at him with something close to tenderness. You were her safe place in a world that wasn't always kind. He tightened his jaw, trying to hold himself together as she leaned back in her chair, the sunlight touching the side of her face in a soft, pale beam. "You asked what happened to her." The woman said, "You deserve to know, but you must promise me something. You must listen all the way to the end." He nodded instantly, desperately. She folded her hands in her lap, her voice steadying into a rhythm like someone stepping carefully across old stones. She was very young when her family moved here. You know that part already, but you don't know what she was going through at the time. She didn't tell anyone except me. And even then, only in pieces. She had trouble adjusting the new school, the new people, the pressure from her parents. She was sensitive in a way that made the world heavier for her than for others. She felt everything too deeply and carried too much alone. She paused, eyes drifting toward a framed picture on the wall. She'd chosen a path with her heart, and it made her life both beautiful and difficult. See, your friendship with her was something she held onto as a kind of anchor, a reminder that not everyone left, that not everything ended sharply or painfully until it did. He inhaled shakily, the words cutting into him like something both sharp and soft at once. "What do you mean, until it did?" He asked, his voice low, barely steady. The woman looked at him with a sadness so old and heavy, he felt it settle over him like a blanket. "She didn't understand why you never wrote. She didn't know the letter never reached you. She didn't know anything had been taken from you both." He clenched his jaw, his hands curling slightly. She waited for him to breathe, then went on. She told herself for years that you simply moved on, that you forgot her, that whatever she felt was one-sided and childish. But she never blamed you. Not once. She believed you had your own life to live, your own path to follow. And she wished you well, even when it hurt. He closed his eyes, absorbing that, trying to imagine her alone in a new city, waiting for a reply that never came, waiting for something he never knew existed. The woman's voice softened. She grew older, but kept the same heart fragile. "Yes, but open, always open." She studied him again, as if measuring how much truth he could hold. She had health problems, ones she ignored for too long. Ones she thought she had time to fix, but time is not always kind. She hesitated, then spoke the words he felt before she even said them. She got sick, her condition worsened faster than anyone expected. By the time she sought help, it was already too late. His breath collapsed, inward like air being sucked from a room. His hands trembling uncontrollably, he tried to speak, but only managed a broken whisper. How long ago? The woman's eyes lowered 2 years ago. She stayed strong until the end, tried to make the people she loved comfortable, tried to pretend she wasn't scared because she didn't want anyone else to be. But she knew she was leaving, and there was one regret that never left her. She paused, letting the silence stretch so that the truth would not crush him all at once. Her only regret was you. He flinched as if struck by a physical blow. The woman's voice softened like falling ash. She regretted never seeing you again, never telling you in person what she wrote in that letter, never knowing if you would have felt something too, if life might have been different. She regretted believing for so long that you forgot her. She regretted thinking her feelings were one-sided. She regretted leaving without understanding that none of it was her fault or yours. He pressed her, shaking hand to his forehead, the room blurring through tears he could no longer hold back. The woman leaned forward, touched his hand lightly and said, "She loved you quietly, steadily, in a way that never faded, not even as her days grew short." His breath came out in shudders, a tremor running through him. From the inside out, he asked the question he dreaded. Most did she ever stop thinking about me? The woman shook her head slowly. No, not once, not even near the end. Sometimes, especially near the end. His chest tightened painfully, his heartbeat thudding with a mixture of grief, guilt, tenderness, and something he did not dare to name. She watched him a long moment, then reached for something on the small table beside her, a small wooden box, polished, worn by time. She placed it gently in front of him. She wanted you to have this, she said softly. If you ever came, she always hoped you would, even when she stopped hoping for most things. He stared at the box, the world narrowing to the faint scratch marks along its side, the small clasp, the shape of it fitting perfectly into the palm of his hand. His voice cracked as he asked what's inside. The woman met his eyes. Everything she never got to tell you. Everything she wished you had known. Everything she wanted you to carry with you when she could not stay. He swallowed hard, hands trembling as he reached for the box, and just before his fingers touched the lid, the woman spoke one last quiet sentence. The sentence that would follow him for the rest of his life. She said she always believed you would find her eventually, even if it was 29 years too late. He froze with his fingers resting on the wooden lid, as if the simple motion of opening it might collapse the fragile line separating who he had been for 29 years and who he was about to become. His breath trembled, the room seemed to shrink around him, the air thick with dust and unspoken truths. The old woman waited silently, her hands folded in her lap, her eyes lowered, not out of pity, but out of respect for a moment that was too intimate to witness, too personal to intrude upon. He finally drew in a slow, unsteady breath and opened the box. The lid lifted with a soft wooden sigh, revealing a small collection of objects so ordinary and so deeply personal that his chest tightened. The first thing he noticed was a folded piece of paper worn at the edges as if opened and reopened. Many times beneath it lay a silver bracelet, thin, delicate. A charm hanging from it in the shape of a tiny star. He remembered it. He remembered seeing it at school, the way it glinted when she moved her hand away. She used to spin the charm between her fingers when she was thinking deeply or anxious. A memory rose in him so clearly, it felt like it was happening in the room the day she had lost it briefly during a field trip. The panic in her eyes, the way he helped her search until they found it caught in the grass near the fence. She had thanked him with a smile so soft he had not known what to do with it. He touched the bracelet, gently feeling the cold metal warm under his fingers, as if it recognized him. The old woman spoke quietly. She wore that until the day she couldn't anymore. She kept it, because it reminded her of you. His eyes blurred, but he did not wipe the tears. He reached for the folded paper next, and unfolded it slowly, carefully. Inside was a drawing, a simple pencil sketch, but drawn with such tenderness it knocked the breath from his lungs. It was him, not as an adult, but as the boy. He had been the boy who walked with his shoulders slightly hunched, the boy who held his books close, the boy who had eyes too serious for his age. She had drawn him exactly as he remembered himself, and exactly as he had forgotten himself. The edges were faded, but the lines were confident, precise, familiar. She had looked at him closely enough to draw him from memory, and he had never known what that meant. He swallowed hard and placed the drawing beside the bracelet. Inside the box was also a small photograph creased at the corners taken at school. He recognized the setting, the hallway, the lockers, the terrible fluorescent lighting. He remembered the day vaguely. But what made him inhale sharply was that she had not been looking at the camera. She had been looking at him. He recognized himself in the background, blurred, half-turned, mid-movement, and she was looking at him with an expression that was unmistakable. Even after all these years, something open, something warm, something waiting. He set the photo down slowly, afraid the edges might crumble beneath his shaking hands. Below the picture lay a small notebook, thin, the cover soft from use. He lifted it carefully and opened it. The first page contained her handwriting, neat, familiar, spiraling gently across the paper. He had to close his eyes for a moment, just to steady himself before reading. He turned the page, her words written years after the letter, years after she had tried to bury the hope she carried for him. She wrote about moments he never realized she remembered tiny details he had not known. Anyone noticed the way he always checked the weather before leaving the classroom? The way he tapped a rhythm on his desk when he was thinking, the way he shielded books with his arms when people passed too close. She wrote about how she wondered where he was, how he lived, what kind of man he grew into, whether he was happy, whether he felt alone, whether he ever thought of her. She wrote that sometimes on quiet nights when sleep wouldn't come, she would picture him as he might be now, older, wiser lines around his eyes, and she hoped those lines came from laughter, not sorrow. He felt his heart twist painfully as he turned each page, the words growing softer, more reflective, more fragile as time passed. She wrote about her struggles, her illness, the way her world became smaller, narrower, quieter. She wrote about the fear, the acceptance, the strange peace that came in waves. She wrote that she hated leaving people behind, but leaving him behind had always been the one thing she wished she could undo. Even years later, she wrote that she had never told anyone the full truth of how deeply she cared for him, because some truths were not meant for the world. They were meant for the person they belonged to, and she believed that one day, even if she didn't live to see it, he would hold these words in his hands and understand what she had never been able to say. He reached the final page, and his breath caught her handwriting weaker, smaller. Written with a hand that had lost its strength, she wrote one sentence, one final thought. The last thing she ever wrote in that notebook: "If he ever finds this, tell him I never stopped waiting for the chance to tell him the truth." He closed the notebook, gently pressing it against his chest, as if trying to keep the final warmth of her words inside him. The old woman watched him, not with pity, but with the solemn weight of someone witnessing a heart being broken and rebuilt. At the same time, she spoke quietly. She wanted you to know the full truth, even if it arrived too late. She wanted you to carry her memory not as regret, but as a reminder of what love can be, even when it is interrupted. He tried to speak, but emotion strangled the words. The woman continued. She wanted you to know that the story didn't end with the letter. It didn't end with the distance or the years, or even with her passing. She believed there was something you still needed to do, something only you could do. He looked up, tear-streaked eyes full of confusion. What she reached into the side drawer, took out a small sealed envelope, aged but untouched, your name on the front, written in her frail, last year's handwriting. This, she said softly, is her final letter to you. Unopened, unread, saved for the day she believed you would come, even if it took your whole lifetime. He stared at it, his fingers trembling as he reached for it, and the room fell into a silence so deep, so absolute, it felt like the world had paused, holding its breath, waiting for him to open the letter written for him by the girl. He held the envelope as if it was something alive. He lost the girl he loved without realizing. Something fragile and the breathing and capable of 29 years too late. If he touched it too quickly, his fingers trembled as they traced the soft, uneven edges, paper weakened by time and by the hands that had held it before him. The handwriting on the front was smaller than he remembered, shakier, but unmistakably hers. Each letter curved with the same gentle precision she'd always had, even when life had taken so much from her. The room around him felt suspended, caught between heartbeat and silence. The old woman said nothing. She simply watched him with quiet patience, knowing he needed this moment to move at the pace of his own breath. He swallowed the dryness in his throat and slowly slid a finger under the flap. The seal cracked with a brittle sigh, a sound that felt far too loud in the stillness. He opened it carefully, pulling out a single sheet of paper folded twice. The folds, soft and worn, as if she had opened and closed it many times before deciding it was ready to leave her hands. He unfolded it, and her handwriting filled the page, the letters uneven, now weaker, in places where her strength had failed, but still steady enough to carry the weight of what she needed to say. He felt his heartbeat in his palms as he began to read her final words. The words meant only for him, written at the edge of her life, at the edge of her hope, at the edge of everything. She had never had the chance to tell him. The letter began with his name, written the way she always wrote it, slow, careful, full of meaning. He read the first line and felt his vision blur the house, the sunlight, the old woman, all fading into a distant haze as her voice rose through the ink like a whisper from another lifetime. She wrote, "I hope you're reading this because it means you found your way to me somehow. I don't know when or how or what has happened in your life, but I hope it has been kind to you kinder than life has sometimes been to me." She wrote that she had wanted to write this letter many times, but kept waiting for a sign that the moment was right until she realized that waiting had become its own way of losing time. She wrote, "I don't know if you ever thought of me as more than a memory, but you were never just a memory to me. Not then, not later, not even when the years grew heavier." She wrote about the distance, not with blame, but with sorrow. A quiet sorrow that had softened over time like sea glass smoothed by water. She wrote that she had imagined meeting him again. Imagined 1,000 different versions of it. Imagined what she would say, how she would explain, how she would apologize for leaving without saying the things she needed to say. She admitted she had rehearsed their conversation in her mind on long, sleepless nights, imagining him older, imagining herself braver, imagining the two of them sitting somewhere quiet where the years between them did not feel so wide. She wrote that she knew life rarely gives people the chance to go back, but she hoped life would give him the chance to understand that losing him was one of the deepest wounds she carried. Not because he had hurt her, but because she never learned how to stop caring. She wrote that she had loved him in a way that surprised her, in a way that frightened her, in a way that stayed with her, even when everything else changed. She wrote that she had tried to let go many times, but love does not vanish when told to leave. Sometimes it lingers waiting for understanding, waiting for closure, waiting for truth. She wrote that when she got sick, she feared many things, but one fear grew louder than the rest. The fear that he would never know what she truly felt. The fear that he would never understand how deeply he shaped her life, how gently he had existed inside her memories. She wrote that even though the illness weakened her body, it never touched the place inside her where he lived. A small, quiet place she protected even when she could no longer protect herself. She wrote, "I hope you do not carry guilt. Guilt belongs to the past, and the past belongs to time, not to blame, not to regret." She wrote that her life had beauty even in its suffering, and one piece of that beauty was him. The boy he had been, the man he had become. The invisible presence she carried through years of uncertainty. She wrote that she wanted him to know one last truth. Perhaps the most important one: you were the person I trusted with the parts of myself. I never showed anyone else, and that trust never faded, even when the world made us strangers. She wrote that if he was reading this, then he had found what she left behind. The memories, the keepsakes, the fragments of her heart folded inside the wooden box. She wrote, "I wanted you to have these not to burden you, but to remind you that your existence meant more than you knew, more than I ever said, more than time could erase." She wrote that she hoped he would not let the weight of the years crush the softness of what they once shared, that he would let it live as something gentle, something warm, something that shaped him for the better. She wrote her final wish with handwriting that trembled at the edges. "I hope the world gives you something I could not give you back. Then, peace, peace with the past, peace with your heart, peace with the truth that came too late." She ended the letter with one final sentence, one that felt like a breath stopped in time. "Take care of the part of you I always loved, because it is the part of you that deserves the most." She did not sign her full name, only the first letter, a single initial, small, delicate, fading slightly, as if time had tried to erase it, but failed. He stared at the ending for a long time, unable to move, unable to breathe, as the weight of everything she had written settled into him like rain sinking slowly into dry earth. He pressed the letter against his chest, his body folding inward as if trying to protect it, or perhaps trying to be protected by it. Tears slid down his face, silent, unstoppable. The old woman spoke only when he finally lifted. His head, her voice gentle, steady. She wrote that letter in her last week. She held it every night until she lost the strength to hold the pen. She asked me to keep it safe until you came, even if you never did. He closed his eyes, his voice breaking. Why did she believe I'd come? The woman gave a sad, soft smile because she said, love like that doesn't vanish. It only waits. He bowed his head, overcome by a grief so deep, it felt like drowning a grief woven with love, regret, tenderness, and the unbearable weight of time. The woman rose, slowly, walked to a shelf, and returned holding a small framed photograph. It was a picture of her taken near the end, thinner, frailer, but her eyes still carrying the same quiet light, the same softness, the same depth. She placed it gently on the table between them. She wanted you to have this too. He reached out, touching the edge of the frame with trembling fingers, his voice barely a whisper. What am I supposed to do with all of this? The woman sat back down, her expression steady. You take it, she said. And you decide what the next chapter of this story will be, because hers is finished. But yours isn't. He swallowed thickly, unable to answer, unable to understand how he was supposed to move forward with a heart suddenly full and broken. In the same breath, the woman leaned forward, her voice soft, frozen, but certain, the truth spreading through him 29 like years slow now. Burning fire. You must decide what you will do with the shadowed corner of his life. That it's finally yours. The room felt too small, too quiet, too filled with the ghost of everything he lost without knowing it. His fingers tightened around the photograph, the edges pressing into his skin, grounding him in the only reality he could still hold on to. He looked at her face, the familiar softness, the gentleness in her eyes, and he felt as if the years between them folded inwards, collapsing into a single impossible moment. He whispered her name, barely audible, as if afraid the sound might break her image. The old woman sat quietly, her presence. Steady, patient, she understood the silence, understood that grief sometimes needed stillness, not words. He touched the glass, a slow, trembling motion, and felt the cold surface meet his fingertips. The memory of her warmth, the memory he had never allowed himself to keep returned like a quiet echo. And something inside him cracked, not violently, but with the soft, painful sound of something that had been held too tightly for too long. Finally giving way, he lowered the photo onto his lap, feeling the hollow ache in his chest grow larger with every breath, as if the truth had carved out a space inside him and filled it with something heavy and sacred. He whispered. I didn't know. The woman nodded, her expression full of empathy. Few people ever know the things that could have saved them. If they had known sooner, he stared at the photograph, unable to move, unable to think, unable to do anything but feel the weight of the years pressing down on him. The woman leaned back in her chair and said softly, she hoped you wouldn't hate yourself. She wrote that many times in the notebook, and in the letters to me, she didn't want you to feel guilt. She wanted you to feel seen. He closed his eyes, shaking his head. I don't hate myself, he whispered. I hate that I didn't know. She nodded slowly. You loved her, even if you never understood it. At the time, he inhaled sharply the truth, hitting him with the force of something both beautiful and devastating. I did, he whispered. I did love her. I think I always did. The words felt strange in his mouth, like a truth he had been carrying unknowingly for decades, and now finally dared to release. She smiled gently. She knew he looked up, startled. How could she know the woman's eyes softened the way she looked at you? Her mother saw it. I saw it. Even she saw it. But neither of you understood it. Back then he looked down at the box again. The bracelet. The drawing, the photo, the notebook, the final letter. Each object a small universe of memories and moments and unspoken truths. He wasn't sure he could carry all of it. And yet it felt like these pieces were the only things in the world he wanted to hold on to. The woman watched him carefully before speaking again. There is more you should know. He blinked, wiping his eyes, his chest tightening. What more could there possibly be? The woman folded her hands, her voice steady. She never stopped hoping she would see you again, even when she knew her time was running out. But she also understood that hope alone wasn't enough. So she prepared something she wanted you to have if the two of you never met again. He looked at her confused. Watched she stood slowly, walked to a cabinet near the window, opened the lower drawer and pulled out a small envelope sealed with wax on the front was a line of handwriting, thin, delicate, fragile. His breath caught at the sight. It was addressed to him, but this time not from the girl. Not from the young version of her whose heart had written those first letters. This handwriting was different. Week or older, it belonged to the woman she had grown into. The woman who had known sickness, loss, disappointment, and still carried love like a quiet flame. He reached out slowly, taking the envelope as if it were a piece of glass that might shatter the moment he touched it. The old woman sat back down, watching him with a mixture of sadness and reverence. She wrote this when she knew she didn't have long. She wanted you to read it only after the first letter. The last letter and everything in the box. He swallowed heat rising in his throat. Why? Because she believed this one would only make sense when you knew the whole story. He stared at the envelope, his vision blurring for a moment before clearing. He forced himself to breathe. Steadying his shaking hands, he slipped a finger under the seal, breaking it with a soft crack. The paper inside was thicker than the others. A single sheet folded. Once he opened it carefully, and her final handwriting filled the page. But this time, the words were fewer, simpler, heavier. He read slowly, letting every sentence settle inside him before moving to the next, as if her voice was speaking directly through each line she wrote. I don't know where you're reading this from, or what your life looks like now, but I hope you have found peace or are close to finding it. I hope you have someone who makes you feel seen, someone who listens, someone who brings warmth into your days. I hope you have forgiven the past, forgiven yourself. Forgiven the things neither of us could change. She wrote that she did not want her story to be a burden to him, not a weight that dragged him backward, but a reason to live the next part of his life with more courage, more softness, more truth. She wrote, I don't want to be the reason you look back. I want to be the reason you move forward differently. She wrote that she hoped he would let himself love again truly, openly, without fear, without hesitation. Without waiting for perfect timing, she wrote, please don't let the years we lost make you afraid to open your heart to the years still waiting for you. She wrote that she believed he had a future filled with people who needed him, even if he didn't know them yet. A future she hoped he would step into with the parts of himself. She had always loved most his quiet kindness, his gentleness, his honesty. She wrote, live the life you wanted us both to have, even if you didn't know. Yet at the time she ended the letter with one final line. The words that broke him completely, not with pain, but with something deeper. Something like acceptance, something like love. I carried you with me until the end. Now carry me forward. Not as a loss, but as a light. He exhaled a trembling breath, his fingers gripping the letter as if it were the only thing tethering him to the world. The old woman watched quietly, giving him space. Giving him time, giving him the dignity of breaking softly instead of violently. He folded the letter carefully, pressing it to his chest. Eyes closed, tears slipping silently down his cheeks, and for the first time in his life, he allowed himself to grieve the girl he lost, the woman she became, and the 30 years he never knew. He whispered into the quiet room, I will carry you. I promised then, for the first time since he found the first letter. He felt something shift inside him. Not the shattering pain that had ruled him since morning, but something gentler, something steady. A flicker of warmth in the cold space left by all the truths he had finally learned a beginning. Instead of an ending, a door opening instead of closing, and somewhere deep in the quiet of his heart, something whispered back as if carried on her voice across the years, it's not too late for you. Not for the life still waiting. Not for the love still possible. Not for the future you can finally choose. He opened his eyes, breathed in deeply, and whispered to himself and to her, and to the years between them, I'm not done yet. He drove without knowing where the road would lead, only that he could not go back to the place where the silence had kept him numb for so long. The steering wheel felt warm under his hands. The box on the passenger seat steady, unmoving like a quiet guardian, watching him breathe, watching him shift from one life into another. He didn't try to wipe the dried salt from his face. He didn't try to force his breathing into something even or measured. He let himself exist inside the heaviness, and strangely, it made him feel more alive than he had in years. The sun dipped lower, casting a soft amber glow across the road. The world outside passing in long, slow motions as if time itself had grown gentle with him, unwilling to rush him forward or backward, just allowing him to move at whatever speed grief would let him. He whispered her name again, letting it settle in the space between him and the box. Her name felt like a thread connecting every version of him. The boy he once was, the man he had become, and the person he now had the chance to be. The road curved through a stretch of forest. The trees tall and quiet, the shadows long and cool. He slowed down, letting the rhythm of the drive match the rhythm of his breath. Eventually, he pulled into a small gas station, more out of instinct than need. He stepped out of the car, stretched the stiffness from his body, and walked into the convenience store. The sterile light buzzing overhead, the aisles narrow and familiar, in a way that made him feel oddly grounded. He picked up a bottle of water and brought it to the counter. The young cashier gave him a polite nod, then paused, studying him with faint concern. "Rough morning, sir." He managed a tired smile. "Something like that," the cashier hesitated, then added, "Sometimes you just need a long drive and a good cry." He felt a soft, broken laugh escape him, surprising even himself. "Something like that." He repeated. The cashier didn't push, didn't pry, just handed him the bottle with a small, understanding nod, as if grief were a language spoken universally across strangers. He returned to the car, sat down, placed the bottle beside him, and took a long, slow breath. The box sat where he left it, and he found himself running a thumb over its edge, absent-mindedly, gently, the way one might touch something sacred. He whispered to her, "I'm still here." I'm trying. The drive continued until the forest thinned, opening into a small town. He hadn't planned to enter a place he didn't recognize, yet felt strangely drawn to. He parked near an old cafe, one with dim lights and wooden benches. The kind of place that promised warmth and quiet, the kind of place she might have liked. He stepped inside, the scent of coffee and vanilla drifting through the air. Calm, steady, comforting. He sat at a corner table box beside him. The waitress approached, soft-eyed, gentle-voiced, "What can I get for you?" He stared at the menu without really seeing it. His voice low, quiet tea. She smiled warmly, coming right up. He rested his hands on the table, staring at the wood grain patterns, trying to steady the tremor in his breath when the tea arrived. Steaming gently, she hesitated before leaving. "If you need anything else, just let me know. You look like you're carrying something heavy." He managed another small nod. "Thank you." After she left, he cupped the mug between his palms, feeling the warmth seep into his skin, grounding him. He opened the box again, slowly, taking out the photograph, the one where she was looking at him. Instead of the camera, he placed it on the table in front of him. The cafe's soft glow catching the edges of her face, he studied it, every small detail, every line, every softness, every unfinished sentence in her eyes. He whispered, "I wish I'd known. I wish I'd looked at you like this back then." A quiet grief rose inside him, but it wasn't violent anymore. It was gentle, aching, steady, like a tide pulling him towards something he didn't yet understand. A voice broke the silence. "Excuse me?" He looked up. An older man stood near his table, polite, unsure. "Sorry to bother you, but is that her?" He blinked, confused. "You knew her?" The man nodded slowly. "I did. She used to come here a lot, especially in the last years. She'd sit in that exact seat, actually, sometimes writing, sometimes just staring out the window, thinking." He felt his chest tighten again. The man smiled, a sad, knowing smile. "She was one of the kindest souls I ever met. Quiet but warm. You could feel it just by sitting near her." He pointed at the photograph. "She used to look at that picture. Sometimes she carried it in her journal." He swallowed, heat rising in his throat. "Did she ever say why?" The man nodded gently. "She said it reminded her of someone she hoped she'd see again someday. Someone she cared for deeply. someone she never got closure with. He lowered his gaze, tears gathering again. She waited for him, the man asked softly. Yes, he whispered. Yes, she did. The man placed a gentle hand on his shoulder. I'm glad you came, even if it's late. She would have been too. The man walked away, leaving him with the photograph and a heart that felt newly cracked. Newly open, newly alive. He placed the photograph back into the box, but this time with a sense of reverence, a sense of purpose. He finished his tea, stood up, paid silently, and returned to the car. The night had settled softly around him, gentle and wide stars beginning to appear like distant promises. He rested his hands on the wheel, closed his eyes, and breathed in deeply. The truth was now part of him. Not a wound, not a weight, but a direction. He whispered her name one more time, letting it echo inside him like a vow, like a beginning. Then, with a steady exhale, he spoke the words he had never imagined would come from his mouth, but now felt undeniable. I will live for both of us. He started the engine and drove into the night. The stars stretched above him, the road unwinding ahead, and somewhere deep inside the hollow place left by loss began to fill, not with pain, but with something quiet, bright and fiercely alive, something like hope. He drove until the glow of the small town disappeared behind him, swallowed by the dark stretch of open road ahead. The night wrapped around the car like a quiet cocoon. The radio still off the speakers, humming faintly with the sound of nothing, a kind of silence that felt almost holy. He didn't rush. The road seemed to move with him, steady, patient, as if guiding him not to a destination, but toward a version of himself he hadn't met yet. The wooden box sat on the passenger seat, catching the faint reflection of streetlights as they passed, like small flickers of memory brushing against the present. He glanced at it every so often, his chest tightening with a mixture of grief and protection, as if the box was something living, something breathing, something that held a fragile heartbeat made of paper ink. And years, he whispered, I'm here to the box, to her, to the memory that was both a wound and a gift. The highway branched into smaller roads, winding gently toward the hills. He didn't know why he chose them, but he followed the pull inside him, that quiet instinct that had led him through the entire day. He found a turnout overlooking a valley dotted with distant lights, the kind of place people stopped to breathe when life felt too heavy or too big. He parked the car, turned off the engine, and stepped out into the crisp night air. The stars were brighter here, sharp, quiet, ancient. The moon, a thin silver curve hanging low. He carried the box to the hood of the car, placing it gently as though afraid to disturb the stillness of the night. He leaned against the car, looking down at the valley. The world quiet, his thoughts loud. He opened the box again, slowly letting the night air touch its contents as though giving them space to breathe. He removed the drawing, first the lines soft under the moonlight, then the bracelet, the charm catching the silver glow, then the photograph, then the notebook, then the final letters. He spread them carefully across the hood, the wind brushing lightly against the pages, but not enough to lift them. It felt like the sky itself was holding its breath, watching him. He whispered her name again, the sound barely a ripple in the vast quiet. He lifted the drawing and stared at the boy. She had drawn the boy. He once was the boy who had no idea someone was sketching his face from memory with love woven into every pencil stroke. I didn't know, he whispered. I didn't know you saw me like that. He set the drawing down and picked up the bracelet, the metal cool against his skin. He held the tiny star between his fingers, the same way he had seen her do so many times in the past. Do you remember? He whispered, remembering her laughing softly the day they found it in the grass. I do. I remember everything now. He placed the bracelet beside the drawing and picked up the photograph her eyes captured mid-glance, soft, open. Vulnerable, he traced the outline of her face with a trembling thumb, a breath catching in his throat. I wish I had looked at you like this back then, he whispered softly too. The night the pages of the notebook fluttered slightly in the breeze, and he placed his hand gently on top of it as if calming the tremor. He opened it to a random page, reading her words again. Words she never thought he would see, but wrote anyway. Words that held pieces of her heart in every curve of ink. He whispered the lines she had written. "I never stopped carrying you, even when I pretended I did." He closed the notebook and rested his forehead against it, letting the truth seep deeper into him until it felt like it was becoming part of his bones. He finally reached for the letter, the last one, the one written when her days were few, the one that felt like a whisper from the edge of everything. He read the final lines again, his own voice trembling, her handwriting tilting slightly with the weakness of her final days. "Live the life I wanted us both to have carried me forward, not as a loss, but as a light." He closed his eyes tightly, the wind brushing against him like a hand on his back, gentle, steady. As if urging him forward, he set the letter down and whispered, "I promise." He lifted his head, releasing a breath. He didn't know he'd been holding his eyes glistening in the moonlight. "This is not the end," he whispered to her, to himself. To the universe it felt true. Not a comfort, not a lie, but something rooted deep inside him like a seed ready to grow. He sat down on the hood of the car, letting his legs dangle the valley below, stretching into darkness. He reached into his coat and pulled out a pen. The same pen he used to write notes, deadlines, meaningless reminders. And for a moment, he stared at it, the weight of what he was about to do pressing softly against his chest. This was not something he planned, not something he expected, but something he felt she would understand. He took a deep breath, pulled out a blank sheet of paper from the notebook, the one without her handwriting, and he began to write her name at the top, slowly, carefully, the way she had written his 2 times in her life, one at 15:1. At the end, he wrote the date below, not for her, but for him, so he would remember the day everything changed. His hand shook as he began to write, but he didn't stop. The words flowed quietly, honestly, painfully. He wrote what he had never told her, what he never told himself, what he was only now beginning to understand. He wrote about the boy he had been, the boy she saw, the boy he wished he could go back and speak to. He wrote about the years between them, the mistakes, the silence, the things stolen from them both. He wrote about the man he had become, the loneliness, the buried memories, the regrets he had never allowed himself to feel. He wrote, "I think I loved you my whole life without realizing it until now." And the tears that slipped onto the page made the ink bleed slightly, but he didn't wipe them away. He wrote, "Thank you for waiting, for believing, for loving me, even when time worked against us." He wrote, "I will carry you not as pain, but as a promise." And when he finally reached the last lines, he paused, the night waiting with him, the stars leaning closer, and he wrote something he had never spoken aloud, something he needed her to have, even if the wind was the only messenger. "I forgive myself, and I hope you forgive me too." He set the pen down, chest rising and falling with unsteady breaths. He folded the paper, carefully placed it inside the box alongside her letters, her drawing, her bracelet, her truth. He closed the lid, gently whispering, "I'll take you with me, but not as something broken, as something whole." He placed the box against his chest, holding it for a long moment, the cold night air wrapping around him, the stillness settling inside him like a new beginning. Eventually, he lifted his head, wiped his face with the back of his hand, and whispered, "I'm ready." The valley below seemed to shimmer faintly, as if echoing those words, as if recognizing the quiet transformation unfolding inside him. He carried the box back into the car, placed it in the passenger seat again, but this time not as something fragile, but as something precious, something purposeful. He started the engine, the headlights illuminating the long, winding road ahead, a road that no longer felt empty, no longer felt like escape. The road felt like return, like growth, like the first soft step into a life still unwritten. He whispered into the night, into the silence, into the small echo of her voice that seemed to linger in the air around him. "Let's go," and he drove forward the road, stretching out into the darkness, steady, unbroken, waiting for whatever he would become next. He drove into the night with a steadiness he didn't expect, a calmness that wasn't the absence of pain, but the quiet acceptance of it. The understanding that grief could sit beside him without drowning him, that memories could breathe again without tearing him open. He did not rush the road unspooled beneath him at a gentle pace, the headlights carving a soft tunnel of light through the darkness. The box in the passenger seat no longer felt like a weight, but like a companion, a reminder that love could survive time, distance, silence, even death, not unchanged but enduring. He whispered her name occasionally, not out of desperation anymore, but out of honor, out of tenderness, out of the simple human truth that speaking someone's name can keep a part of them alive. Sometime after midnight, he pulled into a small town he had never visited, a place quiet enough that the only sound was the hum of streetlights and the rustle of wind through trees. He parked near a small park dimly lit by an old lamp that flickered with a tired warmth. He stepped out of the car, the air cool and gentle brushing against his skin like a soft greeting. He carried the wooden box with him, walking toward a bench beneath a large oak tree. The branches arched above him like a protective canopy of shadows and moonlight. He sat down, placing the box on the bench beside him, opening it slowly again, as if every time he did, he was reopening the door to a part of himself he had locked away for decades. He took out the notebook, flipping through the pages, her words rippling softly under his fingertips, each sentence carrying a heartbeat, each paragraph breathing with her memory. He stopped on a page near the middle, a passage he hadn't noticed before, one written in smaller handwriting, as if she had been tired or careful or afraid to be too loud. It read sometimes, "I imagine us meeting again as adults, sitting on a bench somewhere talking about the years we lost and realizing the years didn't matter because the feeling never left his." Throat tightened. He looked around the quiet park, the empty path, the sway of leaves in the wind. She had imagined this moment, a moment so close to the one he was living now. He closed the notebook, resting it against his chest, and leaned back against the bench, letting out a slow, shaking breath. "I wish you were here," he whispered softly. "I wish we could have had even one of those years." The wind responded in a soft hush, stirring the leaves overhead as though offering a small, quiet understanding. He placed the notebook back into the box and reached for the bracelet, letting the tiny star charm rest in his palm. He held it tightly, as though holding on to a universe of things lost and found. "I didn't know," he whispered to himself or to her or to the night. "I didn't know what you carried, what you felt, what you hoped I didn't know. And I'm so sorry." He pressed the star against his chest, not in pain, but in remembrance. He sat in silence for a while, letting the wind and the night and the memory of her sit with him. No rush, no resistance, no bitterness, just presence. Eventually, he looked around the park, noticing a small playground nearby the swings, unmoving in the wind, the slide glinting faintly under the moonlight. Something about it tugged at him, a small memory from childhood. The shared laughter, the quiet moments after school, the sense that life was simpler before they learned how to hurt or lose or fear. He stood and walked slowly toward the swings. The ground soft beneath his shoes, he sat on one of the swings. The box held securely in his lap, the chains creaking faintly under his weight. He gave a small push, letting the swing move just enough for the motion to soothe him, the way it had when he was younger. Not a child now, but not the same man he had been hours ago. Either, he whispered into the open night. "I think you'd laugh if you saw me right now, sitting on a swing with a box of memories. But I also think you'd understand. You always understood." He closed his eyes, letting the swing sway gently back and forth, as if the night were rocking him through grief and into something softer. When he opened his eyes again, the moon was higher, the clouds drifting slowly, a few stars peeking through the gaps. He looked down at the box, feeling the steady pulse of truth inside him. He spoke more firmly. "Now, I won't let this ruin me, and I won't let it disappear either. I won't let your love be something that breaks me or something that fades. I'll let it guide me. I'll let it make me better. I'll let it open the parts of my life I've kept closed for too long." He paused, breathing deeply, her name on his lips like a vow. I won't waste the years I have left. He stood feeling something steady inside him. Something rooted. He walked back to the bench, placed everything neatly back into the box, closed the lid gently and carried it with both hands as if holding a fragile lantern. He returned to the car, sat down, placed the box on the passenger seat again, then rested his forehead on the steering wheel for a moment, whispering, I'm still learning, but I'm not afraid to learn anymore. He started the engine, the dashboard glowing softly, the road stretching ahead like an unwritten story. He drove again through quiet neighborhoods, through stretches of farmland, through winding roads that felt intimate, familiar, even though he had never seen them before. Dawn began to stir on the horizon. Soft pink light slipping through the edges of the world, the beginning of a new day. The beginning of something else entirely. The sky slowly brightened, and for the first time since holding her final letter, he felt the dawn not as an ending, but as a beginning. A breath returning after years of holding it in the road led him to a lake, a still, one calm and glass-like, reflecting the soft colors of the rising sun. He parked, stepped out, carrying the box with him. He walked to the water's edge, sitting on a fallen log, the kind worn smooth by years of weather. He placed the box beside him, opened it one more time, letting the dawn light spill across its contents, her memories glowing softly in the new day. He whispered, You should see this morning. It's gentle the way you were. He let the silence settle the lake, mirroring the sky. The world quiet, still waking. He took the final letter, her last words, and read them again slowly, each line sinking deeper but not hurting in the same way as before. This time there was something else beneath the pain, something steady, something growing: forgiveness, acceptance, gratitude, love, all mixed together, rising quietly inside him. Like the sun over the lake, he whispered into the quiet, Thank you for loving me, for waiting, for believing, and thank you for giving me something to carry, something that lights the dark. He held the letter against his chest, closed his eyes, and breathed deeply as if filling himself with a new kind of air. When he finally opened his eyes, the sun had lifted fully above the horizon, warming his face, warming the world, warming the ache inside him. He gathered the letters, the drawings, the bracelet, the notebook, placing everything gently back inside the box. And this time, he held the box differently. Not as something breakable, not as something that hurt, but as something sacred, something guiding. He whispered softly to her, I'll live you asked me to, and I will. He stood, walked back toward the car, the sunrise painting the world in soft gold. He placed the box carefully in the back seat, as though giving it a permanent place in his journey. Then slid into the driver's seat, looking out at the open road ahead. He spoke quietly. A vow to the morning: the past is part of me, but it's not the end. He touched the steering wheel fingers, steady now, ready, and whispered her name one last time, not as grief, but as gratitude. Then he added, I'll carry you with me, but I won't stay where I was. And as the first warm light of day spread across his face, he started the car and drove forward, not away from anything, but toward a life finally his to live. He drove with the sunrise pouring across the sky like a slow unfurling of breath. The light stretching over the hills, the fields, the quiet roads, as if opening the world just for him. The morning felt clean, unburdened, soft in a way he had not felt in decades. And for the first time, the heaviness inside him didn't drag him down. It grounded him, reminded him that grief and love could occupy the same place without tearing him in two. He followed the road out of instinct, more than direction, letting the hum of the engine and the warmth of the growing day guide him forward. The wooden box rested in the back seat, its presence no longer a wound, but a companion. Something alive in the quiet, something steady in the shifting. He whispered to it, though he didn't know why. You're safe with me. The miles drifted past towns small enough to cross in seconds. Farm stretches wide and open, the occasional figure walking a dog or opening a shop for the morning. He felt strangely connected to everything, aware in a way. He hadn't been before, as if every quiet life held a story, every person carried a grief. Every sunrise offered a second chance. He wasn't ready to go home, not yet. The house carrying too many shadows, too many echoes of questions he'd never asked, answers he never received. But home wasn't a place anymore. Not the one he knew. It was something he would have to build now, piece by piece, step by step. Breath by breath, the road eventually curved into a quiet coastal town, one he had visited once years ago, but barely remembered he parked near the shore. The ocean stretching wide and endless, its waves gentle like a heartbeat against the sand. He sat on a bench facing the water. The wooden box beside him, the sun glinting off the silver star on the bracelet. Inside, he closed his eyes, letting the ocean wind brush against his face, letting the salt air sting slightly against his skin. It felt like the world was reminding him he was alive. He whispered to the sea she loved the ocean. I remember she said it made her feel small in a good way, like she didn't have to carry everything alone. He imagined her sitting where he was, now hair moving with the breeze eyes fixed on the horizon. The soft smile she wore when something felt bigger than her pain. He opened the box again, slowly lifting out the final letter, reading the last line again. Carry me forward, not as a loss, but as a light. He exhaled shakily and whispered, I will. I am. He felt something shift inside him, something fragile but real. The beginning of healing, not an erasure, not a forgetting, but a soft place inside himself where grief could settle without choking him, where love could remain without breaking him. He lifted the bracelet, holding it against the sunlight, watching the tiny star catch the light and scatter it. He slipped it on his wrist, the metal cool at first, then warming with his skin. It felt like a bridge, not between him and the past, but between who he had been and who he could be. He stood walking toward the shoreline, the waves pulling back, the waves returning steady, shore trustworthy. He stepped close enough that the water brushed over the tips of his shoes, cold and bracing. He whispered to the tide, Thank you for waiting for me, even when I didn't know what I was waiting for. He walked along the shore, the box under his arm, the sand soft beneath his feet. The horizon, a long unbroken line. He didn't know how long he walked. Maybe minutes, maybe hours, the rhythm of the waves blurring time into something gentle. He finally sat on a flat rock, letting the sun warm his shoulders. He took out the notebook again, flipping to the back pages. Ones she had written closer to her final days. Her handwriting smaller, slower, but still full of quiet courage. On one page, she had written something that made his breath catch. Hope is not about the future. Hope is about the decision to try again, even when trying hurts. He traced the letters with his thumb, whispering, You were braver than you ever knew. He closed the notebook, leaning back against the rock letting. His eyes drift shut, listening to the water. The wind, the distant cry of a gull overhead. After a long moment, he opened his eyes, and something inside him, something deep buried under years of numbness, felt awake. He realized he was hungry, truly hungry, not for food, but for life, for connection, for belonging, for something that reached forward. Instead of backward, he looked at the horizon and whispered, I want to live. I want to try again. Maybe for the first time, the words felt foreign, but honest, like a confession to the open sky. He stood brushing the sand from his clothes and returned to the car, placing the box back inside. Not behind him, but beside him this time, as though honoring what it had become, not an anchor, but a compass, guiding, not weighing. He began to drive again, the road curling along the coastline, the sunlight glinting off the water, the world opening ahead of him with possibility. He didn't know where he was going, but he no longer needed to know. Direction didn't matter. Movement did he. Past small cafes, shops, people walking their dogs, couples holding hands, joggers with morning determination, and for the first time, he didn't feel like an outsider to the lives of others. He felt part of the same human breathing, the same quiet truth that everyone carried something, everyone lost something, everyone hoped for. Something everyone grieved, something everyone kept trying anyway. He drove through the town until he noticed a small bookstore with a hand-painted sign open, early, the kind of place that felt warm, even from the street he parked, stepped out and walked toward it, drawn by the soft yellow lights glowing through the windows. The bell above the door chimed gently as he entered, the smell of paper and ink washing over him like a memory. He hadn't known he missed an older man stood behind the counter, sorting through a stack of books. He looked up and smiled. "Good morning, early reader." He managed a faint smile just passing through. The man nodded. "That's how all the important stories begin." He wandered the shelves slowly, letting the titles brush across his thoughts, letting his mind rest on anything that felt true. He stopped at the poetry section, pulling out a thin book. The cover. Simple, the title, quiet. The way truth often is. He opened it randomly, reading a line that felt impossibly fitting. Grief is the echo of love refusing to disappear. He closed the book, eyes stinging again, and whispered, "I know." He bought the book, thanked the shopkeeper, and returned to the car, placing it next to the box. The two objects side by side felt symbolic, one filled with the past, the other with the way forward. He sat for a moment, hand resting on the box, whispering softly, "I'm learning, I'm trying, I'm living." He started the engine again, the road welcoming him, the morning stretching fully into day. And for the first time in 29 years, he felt something inside him settle into peace, not because the pain was gone, but because he was no longer running from it. He was walking with it and with her. Memory beside him, a light instead of a weight. He whispered to the open road, "Let's see where life goes next." And he drove forward into the beginning of the rest of his story. He drove until the coastal road curved inland again, the ocean fading behind him. But the calm it had given him still resting quietly in his chest. He felt clearer now, not healed, not whole, but no longer breaking with every breath. His hands on the steering wheel felt steady, anchored by something deeper than grief, something like purpose. The wooden box sat beside him, no longer feeling fragile, but alive, as though the memories inside it breathed with him. The farther he drove, the more the world seemed to widen, fields rolling out like blankets of gold. Small houses perched at the edges of hills, the distant silhouettes of trees swaying softly in the sunlight. He felt the weight of silence turn warmer, not empty but open, welcoming, as if inviting him to fill it with something new. Somewhere along the drive, as the morning matured into late morning, he realized he didn't want to be alone with the road anymore. He wanted to hear a human voice, not intrusive, not probing, just present. He reached for the radio, hesitated, then turned it on. Gentle acoustic music filled the car, soft guitar strings, warm vocals, words about longing and finding and forgiving. He let the music weave into him, not overwhelming, but steady like a calm heartbeat. For the first time, the world felt in rhythm with him, not ahead, not behind, but moving alongside him when he reached another small town. A quiet place nestled between rolling hills. He slowed down, glancing around the familiar, unfamiliar streets. Something in the air felt light, gentle. He parked near a small cafe, one with wooden tables outside and flower pots arranged neatly along the railing. He walked in the scent of fresh bread and warm spices filling the air. The kind of scent that felt like home, even when it wasn't a young woman at the counter greeted him with an effortless smile. "Morning, what can I get for you?" He looked at the chalkboard menu, but nothing really registered. He wasn't here for food. Not really. He just needed a moment to exist around other people to. "Remember, the world still breathed," he said softly. "Just a coffee, please, Black." She nodded, coming right up. He found a seat near the window, placing the wooden box on the table beside him, as though giving it a place of honor. The sunlight fell over it warmly, painting the wood in gold tones. When the woman brought his coffee, she noticed the box and paused. "That's beautiful," she said gently. "Old?" He nodded. "Yes, older than I realized," she smiled. "I like old things. Stories live in them." He returned a faint smile, something shifting inside him. Yes, they do. After she walked away, he wrapped his hands around the warm mug, letting the heat seep into his skin. He watched people outside walking their dogs, carrying groceries, talking, laughing, living their small stories. He realized something important. Something quiet but profound life kept happening. Not in spite of grief, but around it, through it, beneath it, like a river that kept flowing, even when stones fell into it. He looked at the box again and whispered, "You would have liked this place. It's soft the way mornings should be." He took a careful sip of his coffee, letting the warmth settle in his chest, the bitterness grounding him, but comforting too. For a moment, he simply existed, letting the gentle movements of life around him ease the tension inside his body. Then his attention drifted to a bulletin board near the entrance covered in colourful flyers. Handwritten notes, community announcements, guitar lessons, hiking group poetry nights. The last one, poetry nights, caught his eye. He stared at the handwritten flyer, pale yellow paper, thin black ink. It read, "Bring your favourite poem or something. You wrote every Thursday 7 p.m. by the fireplace." He felt something stir inside him, something like a small spark. He remembered the notebook in the box, filled with her handwriting, filled with words she never spoke aloud, filled with moments she captured in ink. He wondered briefly what she would think of a poetry night in a small cafe in a tiny town. Would she smile? Would she nudge him to go? Would she whisper something soft, like "You should read something too"? He closed his eyes, imagining her beside him. For just a second, her head resting gently against his shoulder. Her voice quiet and warm, that would suit you. "You're softer than you pretend." He opened his eyes, the ache inside him deep but no longer sharp. He finished his coffee and stood up. Grabbing the box as he left, he paid at the counter. The woman wishing him a good day. He nodded, offering a small, genuine smile. "Thank you. You too." Outside, the air had warmed the sky now, bright blue scattered with soft white clouds. A day gentle enough to be handled with care. He walked slowly back to the car, feeling the softness of the moment settle over him like a thin blanket, comforting but not suffocating. He rested the box in the passenger seat, and before starting the engine, he whispered, "What if I went to that poetry night?" She didn't answer, of course, but somehow he felt her presence settle quietly beside him, an approving warmth that touched the edges of his ribs. He drove away from the town. But something in him had shifted again. A small opening, a subtle invitation, a whisper inside his chest urging him forward toward places he had not yet discovered, toward people he had not yet met, toward moments he had not yet lived. The afternoon sun rose higher, the light stroking the road ahead as though showing him the way. He drove through long stretches of countryside fields, waving in the breeze, birds gliding across the sky. And he allowed himself to breathe deeply again. Inhale the promise, exhale the past. Somewhere along the way, he pulled over near a hill that overlooked a meadow. Wildflowers scattered across the grass like tiny stars. He carried the box with him, walking until he found a small patch where the ground felt soft. He sat down, placing the box in front of him. Opening it once more, he took out the bracelet, slipping it from his wrist, holding it in his hand. Allowing the faint glint of the charm to catch the sun, he whispered, "You're still." Here, he took out the notebook, running his fingers along the worn cover. He opened it to a section filled with her reflections, little fragments of thought scribbled in margins, small observations, tiny pieces of wonder. She had written things like, "The world is quieter in the morning," and sometimes hope feels like the smallest leaf that refuses to fall, even when the wind tries its hardest and softest of all. She wrote, "I wish he knew the tenderness he carries." Without realizing, he read these lines again and again until they softened the space inside his chest. He whispered, "I'm learning to see it, to see myself the way you did." He read a few more pages, letting her voice settle inside him until he felt steadier, calmer. He closed the notebook, placing it gently beside the box, then lay back on the grass, staring up at the sky, the clouds drifting slowly like ships on a silent sea. He felt a strange sense of presence, not beside him, not around him, but within him, as if she had become part of his breath, part of his pulse part of the quiet strength he was only beginning to uncover. He whispered to the sky, "I'm here and I'm still becoming." And somehow he felt the world answer, not with words, but with the soft rustle of wildflowers, the warmth of sunlight, the distant chirping of birds. He stayed there a long time, letting the quiet hold him, letting the earth steady him, letting grief and hope coexist in the same breath. When he finally sat up, the world felt a little lighter, not from the absence of sadness, but from the presence of acceptance. He returned to the car, placing the box gently in the back seat, settling it as though it were part of him, and whispered softly, "Thank you for everything you've given me." Even now, he started the engine, the road stretching onward, sunlight shimmering over its surface, a promise of possibility. And as he drove, he whispered into the late afternoon light, "I think I know what comes next, but I'm ready to find out." And he continued forward, finally alive in a way he had not been for 29 long years. He drove until the afternoon deepened into a golden calm, the kind of light that made the edges of the world look softer, as if touched by something gentle. Something forgiving. The road curved through endless fields that shimmered under the sun. Like a sea made of wheat and wildflowers, he felt a quiet rhythm forming inside him, a steadiness he hadn't known since boyhood. The ache in his chest remained, but it no longer felt jagged. It felt lived in, real part of him, but not all of him. He glanced at the box in the back seat, its worn surface glowing warmly in the late day sun, and whispered, "You're guiding me even now." He didn't expect an answer, and he didn't need one. The answer lived in the way he breathed more fully, in the way his shoulders rested lower, in the way his hands no longer trembled on the wheel. Something had changed, not because he was healed, but because he had stopped fighting the truth of what had happened. He had accepted it, and she had asked him again and again in her letters not to. Stop living. Not to let the years take more from him than they already had. He didn't know exactly where he was going until he saw it. A sign on the side of the road, wooden, slightly faded community centre, next right poetry night Thursday 7 p.m. He slowed the car without meaning to his heart, giving a soft, painful thud that felt like someone gently tapping on a locked door inside him. He pulled over to the shoulder, staring at the sign. His breath caught somewhere between grief and possibility. It was 2 days from now, he whispered, 2 days. The wind brushed through the open window, warm and fragrant with cut grass, and something faintly sweet as though urging him gently forward. He wasn't ready to speak in front of others, not yet. Not publicly, not with a voice still recovering from the weight of truths newly uncovered. But he could listen. He could sit among strangers who carried their own griefs, their own quiet loves, their own letters never delivered. Something warm began to bloom inside him like a soft light spreading across the dimmest room. Maybe he would stay in this small area for a while. 2 days wasn't long. He could find a place to rest. Breathe. Think he turned back onto the road, following a winding path into a nearby village. Small but alive with gentle sounds. Open windows. Children playing, an old couple sitting on a bench, feeding pigeons. The kind of place where life moved slowly, where the air felt easier to carry. He checked into a small family-run inn. An older woman with bright eyes and silver hair greeting him warmly. Room for one? "Yes, please." She handed him a key carved with the number 6 second floor. "If you need anything, just ask." The room was simple. A bed, a wooden wardrobe, a desk placed under a window overlooking the street. He set the box on the desk and sat on the edge of the bed. The springs creaking softly, the late sun spilling across the floor. He stared at the box for a long moment, then opened it again, lifting out the photograph. The bracelet, the notebook. He placed them carefully across the desk as though building a small altar to memory. He looked out the open window, the breeze carrying scents of fresh bread and lilac, and something else that felt like nostalgia, even for a place he'd only just arrived in. He whispered into the room, "She would have liked it here. It's quiet, gentle, honest." He touched the bracelet again, letting the star charm rest between his fingers. The metal warmed quickly at his touch as though remembering him. He placed it back on the desk and leaned back in the chair, letting the room settle around him, letting the world slow. He picked up the notebook, flipping through pages until he found something he hadn't truly seen before a page near the end, with a short line written in trembling ink. She had written it smaller than the others, almost as if she was whispering. Even on the page it read, "If life gives you a chance to speak, don't stay silent like I did." His breath caught his heart, giving a soft, painful twist. It wasn't a plea. It was a lesson, one she'd learned too late, one she was trying to give to him across years and distance and death. He closed the notebook, pressing it to his chest, letting her wisdom settle inside him like a slow-moving tide. He whispered, "I hear you, I promise." And he did. He understood that silence had cost them both decades. It had taken their chance before they even knew they had one. He would not repeat that mistake, not in the new life he was building, one breath at a time. He opened the window wider, letting the breeze flow through the room, carrying the dust, the stillness. The lingering ache, he watched the sky shift into orange and pink. The sun dipping gently behind the rooftops, a soft closure to the day when evening settled. The village grew quiet, lights glowing softly in windows, footsteps on cobblestone streets, people closing their shops, the world folding gently into calm. He left the inn, walking through the streets slowly without direction, the wooden box still on the desk. Safe inside the room, he explored the small paths lined with old lampposts, the cafes closing their doors, the sound of laughter drifting from a distant home. He found himself drawn to a small park at the edge of the village benches, scattered beneath an archway of trees, their leaves shimmering in the evening breeze. He sat on one bench, feeling the coolness of the night brush against his skin. He looked up through the tree branches, stars appearing slowly like small lanterns. In the deepening sky, he whispered to the air to her, "I'm learning to live again," and it felt true, more true than anything he'd said in years. The air shifted softly as though acknowledging him. He stayed there long enough for the first constellations to form overhead. Tracing their familiar paths, he closed his eyes, letting the night hold him gently, a quiet cradle for a heart still stitching itself together. He thought about the poetry night 2 days from now, about the strangers he would sit beside, about the words he might hear, about the possibility of connection, the possibility of healing, the possibility of being seen. He was scared, yes, but he was also ready in a way he had never been before. When he returned to the inn, the room felt softer, warmer, as if welcoming him back. He sat at the desk again, opened the notebook to the last pages, and whispered good night to her, as if she could hear, as if some part of her lived inside the words she had left behind. Then he lay on the bed, hands resting on his chest, listening to the faint sounds of the quiet village until sleep finally found him. Not heavy, not painful, but gentle like a long-needed rest. And in that sleep, for the first time in 29 years, he dreamed not of loss, but of hope, of sunlight, of a path unfolding in front of him, inviting him to walk forward. And when morning came, he woke with tears on his face, but a small warm smile he hadn't worn in decades, because now he knew the truth. He was finally moving not away from her, but with her, and toward the life he was meant to live next. He woke with the morning light warming his face, the soft glow filtering through the thin curtains, painting gentle lines across the room. He lay still for a moment, listening to the quiet. The kind of quiet only small villagers know, a quiet stitched from distant footsteps. A clinking cup downstairs, a bicycle wheel turning somewhere on the cobblestone. Not the suffocating silence of grief, but the living silence of a world waking slowly around him. He breathed in deeply, his chest rising without the tight, painful pull he had grown used to over the years. It surprised him how differently the morning felt. Now, he didn't feel lost, he didn't feel numb, he didn't feel empty. He felt. Beginning, he sat up slowly, rubbing the sleep from his eyes, and noticed the wooden box on the desk, bathed in a soft square of sunlight, the bracelet beside it catching small sparks of light. The notebook resting open to the page she had written near the end. The page where she told him not to choose silence anymore he walked to. The desk picked up the bracelet and slid it onto his wrist again, feeling the cool metal warm quickly against his skin. He whispered softly, "Good morning." And somehow it didn't feel foolish. It felt right. He opened the notebook again, reading the small passage he'd found the night before, then closed it with a gentle exhale, as if sealing her advice into his heart. Permanently, he dressed, pulled on his shoes, and stepped outside the village morning wrapped around him like a gentle blanket. The smell of fresh bread drifting from a nearby bakery, the distant chatter of a fruit vendor setting up his stand, sunlight glinting off dewy rooftops. It felt peaceful, but alive, the way a place feels when people move with slow purpose. He walked without direction. Letting the village guide him, he stopped at the bakery, bought a small loaf and coffee, the elderly baker smiling warmly at him. "First time here?" "Yes," he said. Passing through, the baker nodded kindly. Most people don't pass through places like this unless they're looking for something. His heart tightened just slightly, but he smiled. "Maybe I am." The baker gave him a knowing nod. "We all are." He wandered to a bench near a fountain, the water trickling softly. Catching the early sun, he broke the loaf in half, took a bite and felt something he hadn't felt in years. Simple comfort, no heaviness, no storm, just being. He glanced around, watching villagers greet one another with familiarity. Warmth, presence, he wondered what it would feel like to belong somewhere again, not the way he once belonged to childhood or school or family, but to a new chapter, a place shaped by his choosing, not by someone else's decisions, not by old wounds, not by years of silence. After breakfast, he walked along a path leading out of the village toward a small rise overlooking the valley. He climbed until he reached the top, the view wide open fields stretching toward the horizon. The sky pale blue, soft clouds drifting lazily above. He sat in the grass, letting the wind brush against him, letting his breath settle into the rhythm of the morning. He closed his eyes, feeling the sun against his skin, listening to the grass rustle. The birds call the distant hum of life living itself. He reached into his pocket, pulled out the folded poem he'd written the night before, the one he placed inside the box, and later took back out, because something inside him whispered, "Carry it with you." He unfolded it, smoothing the creases with careful fingers, reading his own handwriting for the first time. Not as confession, but as truth spoken aloud. He whispered the last line, "I forgive myself," and the wind moved gently around him as if accepting his offering. He slid the note back into his pocket, then lay back against the grass, staring up at the sky above him. Wide open, endless possibility. He breathed out slowly, saying her name softly, letting it rise toward the sky, letting it rest in the morning air, not as a plea, not as pain, but as love. A love that no longer demanded, but guided gently, quietly. Steadily, he whispered to her, "I'm learning how to live again, and I think you'd be proud he stayed there until the sun rose higher, warming the land, filling every corner of the valley with golden light." Eventually, he sat up, brushed the grass from his clothes, and made his way back down the hill toward the village, the day unfolding like a gentle invitation. When he reached the center again, he stopped at a small shop selling journals. Handmade ones, the kind with thick paper and rough covers. He stepped inside. The woman behind the counter greeted him warmly. "Morning, looking for something special?" He hesitated, then nodded. "Yes, I think I am." He ran his fingers along the spines of the journals until he found one simple brown cover. No decoration, no title, something blank. Something ready. He bought it and walked outside, holding it in both hands as though it was something fragile. He felt his heartbeat shift steady. Determined, he knew what it was for not to replace her notebook. Never that, but to carry his own voice, the voice he'd been silent with for too long. He returned to the inn, placed the new journal on the desk beside the box, and for the first time in decades, sat down with an open page. A blank beginning, he wrote. The date, paused, breathed in deeply, and wrote the first sentence of his new life. "I am still here, and I am ready to begin." He stopped, stared at the words, surprised by how true they felt. He kept writing slowly, carefully, honestly, until the page filled not with grief, but with becoming. When he finally stopped, he closed the journal, placed it gently beside the box and whispered softly, "I'm trying. I'm moving forward." And somehow he felt her presence warm, quiet, approving he spent the rest of the day exploring the village, wandering through small streets, talking briefly with strangers, buying fruit from a market stall, visiting a tiny second-hand bookshop where the owner told him stories of the town's history. He felt comfortable in a way he hadn't felt in years, connected, rooted not in memory, but in possibility. As evening approached, he walked back to the inn. The sky painted in soft peach and lavender shades, the village quieting for the night. He sat by the window in his room, watching the lanterns flicker to life. He remembered the poetry night tomorrow. His heart beat a little faster, but not from fear, from something closer to anticipation. He whispered into the dimming room, "Maybe I'll read something. Maybe I'll just listen. But I'll go, because you asked me not to stay silent anymore. And I won't not again." He placed a hand over the box, feeling its quiet weight, then whispered, "Good night," and went to bed, the softest smile on his face. And when sleep found him, it wasn't heavy, it wasn't dark. It carried the warmth of her letters, the strength of her love, and the truth that tomorrow he would take another step into the life waiting for him. And she would walk there with him, not as sorrow, but as light. He woke the next morning with a steadiness he had not felt in years, a quiet warmth beneath his ribs that hummed like a new beginning rather than an echo of loss. The room was filled with soft morning light filtering through the curtains, touching the wooden box on the desk as if acknowledging its importance. He moved slowly, deliberately, as though today required a different kind of presence, because today was the poetry night. He touched the bracelet on the desk, slid it onto his wrist, feeling the charm warm against his skin, and whispered a soft good morning as if she could hear him. Downstairs, the innkeeper greeted him, and he realized he meant it when he said he slept well. Outside, the village was waking gently, the smell of fresh bread drifting from a bakery, the clatter of bicycles, the soft hum of early conversations. He wandered through the streets without a map, letting the air guide him until he found himself among trees, the path quiet, the light shifting through the leaves in soft mosaics. He sat beneath the grove, opened his new journal, and wrote without thinking. "I think healing might be a quiet thing, like moss growing, like water smoothing stone, like learning how to breathe again." He felt lighter after writing, not because the pain vanished, but because he had somewhere to place it. Afternoon drifted in slow, golden waves, and he walked back to the inn to prepare for the evening. He didn't dress up. He simply chose clothes that felt like himself. He placed her final letter inside the inner lining of his coat, close to his heart, the bracelet glinting faintly on his wrist, the journal in his pocket like a promise. The walk to the community centre felt like stepping into a new life, each footstep steady, calm, deliberate. Warm light spilled from the windows, laughter drifting through the air. And when he entered, the room felt like a place built for gentle souls. A circle of chairs, a crackling fireplace, soft music humming from an old speaker. A woman with kind eyes welcomed him, her voice warm, telling him to choose any seat he liked. He sat near the edge, not hiding, just giving himself space to breathe. As the poetry night began, each person read with trembling honesty, poems about loss and hope and beginnings that arrived too late and still mattered. The words settled inside him like soft rain, filling the cracks without forcing anything. For the first time in years, he didn't feel like an observer of life, but a participant, someone slowly returning to a world he had abandoned. When the circle reached him, the woman asked if he would like to share something. For a moment, the old fear rose inside him, the urge to stay silent, to withdraw, to remain unseen. But then he felt the small star on his bracelet press lightly against his wrist, as if she were nudging him forward, whispering the same truth she wrote in her notebook. If life gives you a chance to speak, don't stay silent like I did. He inhaled slowly, the room quiet, the fire crackling softly. Strangers' faces turned toward him with kindness rather than expectation. And for the first time in 29 years, he opened his mouth not to apologize for existing, but to speak. He opened his mouth, and for a moment, no sound came out. Not because he had nothing to say, but because 29 years of silence sat heavy in his throat like a stone that had waited too long to be lifted. Yet, when he finally exhaled, the words slipped out small and trembling but real. I haven't spoken in front of people for a very long time, longer than I can explain. And the room stayed quiet, not with pressure, but with permission. The fire crackled softly, as if encouraging him to continue, so he did, slowly, carefully, like a man learning how to walk again. "I didn't come here to read a poem," he said, "though I brought a journal and I wrote something this morning, but what I want to share isn't poetry. It's something I should have said years ago, maybe decades, to someone who isn't here anymore." He paused, trying to steady the shaking in his hands, but the star charm on his bracelet warmed against his skin, grounding him with a memory he carried like breath. "She wrote to me, he continued, not now, a long time ago, and I never received the letter. Not until this year. Not until it was far too late to tell her that I would have written back, that I would have come, that I would have listened to everything she was too afraid to say." The room leaned forward gently, not with curiosity, but with compassion, as though every person there had lost someone or missed a moment that could never return. He swallowed hard and forced himself to speak through the tightness in his chest. "I spent most of my life believing she forgot me, that I was never someone worth remembering, but I found out I was wrong. She remembered me until her last days. She wrote it. She kept pieces of me I didn't know existed." He looked down at his hands as if he could see the weight of what he carried. "I found her letters, dozens of them, pieces of a life I didn't live and love I didn't know I had." And for the first time, he felt tears, not as shame, but as truth. "I think I loved her," he whispered. "I think I always did, but I didn't understand it until the moment I realized I would never see her again." He paused, letting the words settle, letting them belong to the air instead of the silence he had buried them in for decades. Someone in the circle inhaled softly, another shifted gently in their seat, but no one looked away. No one judged. They simply held the moment for him the way no one had ever held it before. "She wrote something before she passed," he said, "something I've been afraid to speak out loud until now." She wrote, "Don't let the years we lost make you afraid to live the ones ahead." He blinked hard, his vision blurring for a moment, but he didn't wipe his eyes. "This is the first time I've tried," he admitted quietly. "The first time I've allowed myself to speak without hiding, to feel without folding inward, to exist without apologizing." He reached into his coat, pulling out his journal slowly, as though lifting something fragile. "I wrote something today," he said, "not for her, but because of her, because she taught me that silence is its own kind of death." He unfolded the page with trembling fingers and read, "My voice is not loud, it never was, but it exists. It breathes, it deserves to be heard. Today I speak, not for the boy who stayed silent, but for the man who finally knows how to live." He lowered the journal slowly, the room wrapped in a silence so gentle it felt like being held. When he finally looked up, their faces were soft, open, warm. He expected pity but saw only quiet understanding. The kind strangers give when they recognize grief, not as weakness, but as proof that someone has loved deeply. A woman with grey hair near the fireplace whispered, "Thank you," as if offering a blessing. Another nodded with eyes that shimmered with her own untold stories. He exhaled shakily, realizing this moment, this tiny circle of strangers, was the first time he felt seen in years. He sat down slowly, the journal still open in his lap, his heart beating steady and alive. The woman who hosted the night smiled at him, not proud, not surprised, just gently grateful. "Thank you for speaking," she said softly. And he felt something inside him loosen the way a knot loosens when hands are patient enough. The rest of the evening unfolded around him like a warm blanket, poems flowing like water stories, drifting like smoke, and he listened not as an outsider, but as someone newly returned to the world. When the night ended, people approached him quietly, offering small words, soft nods, gentle touches on the arm, not asking for more. Not intruding, simply acknowledging that some truths carried through decades deserve to be witnessed. He stepped outside into the cool night air, the stars glimmering above the village like scattered promises. He closed his eyes, breathing in the fresh quiet, feeling the bracelet warm against his wrist as if she was still there beside him. And for the first time since he opened her letter, he whispered into the night, not with grief, but with gratitude, I spoke. And somewhere in the quiet, he felt the faintest sense of her answering, I knew you would. He stood outside the community center for a long moment, letting the cold night air settle around him like a new kind of silence. Not the silence of regret or loneliness, but the silence that follows. Release the silence that comes after someone finally says the words that lived inside them for decades. He felt lighter in a way that frightened him because he had forgotten what it meant to feel anything except weight. He looked up at the sky. The stars, sharp and bright, scattered across the darkness like tiny echoes of every truth he had finally spoken. And he whispered her name softly, letting it drift up toward them as if she might be sitting somewhere just beyond their glow. Listening, the bracelet on his wrist warmed again, the small star charm catching the moonlight. And for a moment, he swore he felt her presence not behind him, not beside him, but inside him, like breath, like warmth, like quiet encouragement. He walked slowly down the cobblestone path, the village lit only by a few lanterns, the air crisp with the scent of pine and faint wood smoke, each step grounding him deeper into a life he had not known how to live. Until now, he did not return to the inn immediately. His feet guided him through the narrow streets past shuttered windows, faint laughter behind a door, a curtain moving softly in a warm light. All these small pieces of life he had long forgotten how to see. He paused at a small stone bridge, arching over a trickling stream. The moon reflected in the slow-moving water like a trembling silver coin. He leaned on the railing, staring at the reflection, the current slowly bending it, stretching it into soft distortions. He whispered, I'm different now, aren't I? And the night seemed to answer with a gentle breath of wind. Moving through the trees, he felt a strange ache, not painful, but tender, as if something inside him had finally begun to thaw. He stayed on the bridge until the chill settled deep into his coat, then started toward the inn again. But halfway there, he slowed, noticing something he hadn't seen before: a small lantern-lit bench beneath an old tree. The branches twisted and strong, casting shadow patterns across the ground. He felt drawn to it without reason, as if pulled by something older than thought. He sat down the wood, cold beneath him, but comforting somehow, and reached into his coat, pulling out the journal, the same one he had read from earlier. He opened it to a new page and stared at the blankness, feeling the quiet invitation it offered. His breath fogged in the cold air as he wrote slowly. I spoke today and I survived. And then he let the words spill out of him. Not poetry, not confession, just truth, raw and honest and unfiltered. He wrote about the weight he had carried, the guilt that had shaped him, the years he lived small, afraid, invisible. He wrote about the letter, the box, the bracelet, the drawing, the photograph, the truth that had shattered him, then stitched him together again with thread he didn't know he still had. He wrote about her, her laughter, her softness, the way she had seen him, even when he could not see himself. He wrote until his hand ached, until the ink smudged, until the cold numbed his fingers. And when he finished, he felt emptied in the best possible way. He closed the journal, holding it against his chest, and whispered thank you to her, to the night, to the part of himself that had finally stepped forward. He rose from the bench and walked toward the inn. The lights warm and inviting through the windows, he entered quietly, climbed the stairs to his room, and stopped in the doorway for a moment, looking at the wooden box on the desk, the moonlight resting gently upon it. He walked over and placed the journal beside it, as if giving both his past and his future a place to breathe. He touched the box lightly, then whispered, "I'm trying. I really am." He undressed slowly, lay down in the soft bed. The blankets warmed the night. Calm outside, and as he drifted toward sleep, he felt something he had not felt as long as he could remember, not peace. Exactly, but a small beginning of it. The shape of hope forming quietly in the dark, he fell asleep with the bracelet on his wrist. Her letters closed the sound of his own breath steady, and for the first time in 29 years, he dreamed not of loss, but of possibility. The dream, gentle, soft, vague shapes of sunlight and laughter, and a version of himself. He had not met yet a man who was no longer hiding when morning came. It arrived gently with pale gold light slipping across the floor, touching his face with warmth. He opened his eyes slowly and realized something with a clarity that made his heart swell today would not be like yesterday. And tomorrow would not be like the years behind him. For the first time, he had a direction, not one given to him, not one stolen from him, but one he was finally choosing himself. He whispered her name again, soft and sure, and then he whispered the words he had feared all his life. "I'm ready for whatever comes next." Then he rose and the day began. He woke with a clarity that felt almost unfamiliar, a clean sharpness in his mind as if the sunlight had swept through the corners of his thoughts during the night and cleared away the dust of all the years he spent folded inward. He sat up slowly, breathing in the quiet warmth of the room, the wooden box on the desk glowing faintly in the morning light. Like a small heartbeat of the past, he walked to it, touched the lid, lightly feeling the smooth grain beneath his fingertips, and whispered a soft good morning to the memory of the girl who had waited for him, even when she had run out of time. He dressed, slipped the bracelet onto his wrist, where the star charm clicked softly against his skin, tucked his journal into his coat, and stepped outside into the cool village air. The sky a pale winter blue that stretched endlessly above the rooftops. Everything felt sharper today. The scent of bread stronger, the sound of distant voices clearer, the movement of leaves more deliberate, as though the world had decided to meet him fully now that he had finally shown himself. He walked without destination, past the small market where vendors arranged fruit and fresh herbs, past the bakery where the old baker waved at him with flour-dusted hands, past the bookstore where the owner was setting out a crate of used novels, and for the first time in years he felt present inside his life. Instead of watching it from behind a pane of glass, he wandered toward the edge of the village, where a narrow path stretched toward rolling hills, the air crisp, the grass glittering with dew that shivered when the wind brushed it. He walked slowly, breathing in deep, steady breaths, feeling each step settle something loose inside him. He reached a small rise where the land opened wide and the sky dipped low, and he sat on a smooth stone. The sun warm on his back, he opened his journal, turned to a blank page and wrote, "I am not the person I was yesterday. I am not the man who hid from his own truth. I am someone learning to carry both love and loss without collapsing under either." He let the words flow in one continuous thought, writing about the fear that once shaped him, about the guilt that no longer owned him, about the realization that she had loved him not for who he pretended to be, but for who he actually was. Someone soft, someone quiet, someone capable of deep feeling even when he tried to bury it. He wrote until the wind tugged gently at the edges of the page, and then he closed the journal, pressing it to his chest for a moment, as if letting his heartbeat seal the words inside. He walked back toward the village, his steps lighter than the day before, and decided to visit the small cafe where he had sat days earlier. He ordered tea and took the same table by the window, the same sunlight spilling over the wooden surface. The waitress smiled at him and said, "You look different today, brighter." He smiled back a little embarrassed but grateful and simply said, sometimes speaking changes everything. She nodded with a knowing smile and walked away. He sipped his tea and watched people pass by outside, feeling for the first time a sense of belonging. Even though no one here knew his history, no one knew the weight he carried, no one knew the letters in the wooden box, and yet He felt understood in a way he never felt in the familiar places of his old life. After finishing his tea, he stepped outside and walked toward a small flower stall, run by an older woman arranging bouquets of wildflowers and lavender. He stopped without knowing why, and she looked up at him with warm, curious eyes. "Those are for someone special, aren't they?" she said before he could even speak. He froze for a moment, then nodded slowly. Yes, they are." She wrapped a small bouquet with practiced hands and tied it with a simple twine bow. He carried the flowers through the village, unsure where he was going, but trusting the feeling in his chest that nudged him gently forward. He followed the quiet streets until he reached the edge of the graveyard he had passed once before without noticing. An old place lined with tall cypress trees whose branches whispered softly in the breeze. He hesitated at the entrance for a moment, feeling the weight of what he was about to do settle onto his shoulders, not heavy but reverent. He walked between the stone paths, reading names he did not know, stories he would never hear, until he reached the far corner where the ground dipped slightly and sunlight touched the earth in a soft golden wash. He saw her name before he fully reached the stone, simple, quiet, carved gently into the weathered marble. He stood, still unable to breathe for a moment, everything inside him tightening, then loosening at once. He knelt slowly, placing the bouquet at the base of the stone, the flowers brushing lightly against the letters of her name. He whispered her name softly, letting it settle into the stillness around him. He touched the top edge of the stone with trembling fingers and said, "I'm here. I'm sorry it took me so long." He sat back onto the grass, his chest tight but not collapsing, feeling the wind move through the trees like a soft hand on his back. He told her everything he hadn't been able to say. How he found the letter, how he followed every word, how he met the woman who knew her, how her final letters broke him open and rebuilt him, how he wore the bracelet, how he spoke at the poetry night, how he was trying to live the life she wanted him to have. He spoke until the weight inside him felt like something burning away instead of something holding him down. When he finally fell silent, he closed his eyes and breathed deeply, letting the warmth of the sun touch his face as if she were answering somehow, not in words, but in presence. He whispered, "Thank you. Thank you for loving me. Thank you for waiting. Thank you for giving me a reason to move forward." He stood slowly, wiped his eyes, and placed his hand on the stone one last time. Not in farewell, but in recognition, in connection, in love that finally had somewhere to rest. He walked out of the graveyard with steadier steps, the wind brushing past him like a gentle guiding force. And for the first time in 29 years, he did not feel alone. He felt accompanied by something soft and steady as he whispered into the quiet path ahead of him, "I will live, I promise." The next morning, he woke with an unfamiliar kind of clarity, a quiet certainty that hummed beneath his ribs, as if something inside him had finally aligned. After years of drifting, he lay in bed for a long moment, staring at the ceiling, feeling the soft weight of the previous day settle into him, not as sorrow, but as direction. He rose, slowly touched the wooden box on the desk, letting his hand rest on it longer than usual, as though absorbing strength from everything inside it. He whispered, "I hope you're watching, because today, something changes." He left the inn and walked through the village. His steps steady, purposeful, carrying a sense of quiet determination he had never known before. The town felt different this morning, not because it had changed, but because he had. The world that once seemed distant now felt reachable, as if life had stepped closer, offering him a hand. He wandered toward the small park where he had sat the first day and took a seat on the same bench, letting the cool air wake him completely. He looked around at the people passing by, an elderly man walking his dog, a mother carrying a sleepy child, two teenagers laughing, and for the first time he didn't feel like a spectator watching someone else's world. He felt like he belonged to the same current of life. He reached into his coat, pulled out his journal, opened to a blank page and wrote, "Something in me woke up. I don't know how to describe it. except that the world no longer feels like a place I'm only allowed to visit, it feels like a place I can live. He paused, letting the weight of his own words settle, then wrote again. I think I want to stay here. The idea startled him, but did not frighten him. Instead, it felt right natural, inevitable, as though every step since finding the letter had been guiding him quietly toward this moment. He closed the journal and looked around, seeing the small village not as a temporary refuge, but as a place where he could begin again without the shadows of his old life. Pressing against him, he whispered to himself, I don't want to go back, not to the house filled with silence, not to the city that never felt like home, not to the version of myself that didn't know how to breathe. He felt the star charm on the bracelet warm slightly against his wrist, as if affirming his decision. He spent the next hour walking through the village, imagining what life here might look like, walking these streets every morning. Greeting the same faces, buying bread from the same bakery, writing at the same cafe, attending poetry nights that didn't feel terrifying but familiar. He imagined himself belonging a word he had never truly known, and the idea made his chest tighten with something tender and new. He walked into the small bookstore again, the owner looking up with a smile. Are back so soon? He nodded, glancing around at the shelves. The soft light, the quiet warmth, and realized this was exactly the kind of place he could spend time in. Maybe even help with, maybe work at, maybe become part of. He felt a strange calm settle inside him and asked the owner quietly, Do you ever need help here? The man tilted his head, studying him for a moment, then smiled. A slow, knowing smile. Depends, do you plan on staying? He hesitated only a second, then said, Yes, I think I do. The man nodded as if he had known this answer before it was spoken. Come by tomorrow morning, we'll talk. He stepped outside, heart beating faster, not from fear, but from something startlingly close to hope. He returned to the inn, sat at the small desk, took out a piece of paper, and began writing a list. Not of tasks, not of goals, but of truths. I am allowed to start again. I am allowed to choose my own life. I am allowed to stay where I feel alive. I am allowed to build something new. I am allowed to love again. Even if I don't know how yet, he read the words twice. His hand shaking slightly, not from fear, but from the enormity of what he had just allowed himself to believe. He looked at the wooden box, then opened it, gently touching the bracelet. The drawing the letters, and whispered softly, I'm not running anymore. I'm staying because of you and for me. That afternoon, he went to the innkeeper and asked if any long-term rooms were available. Her eyes brightened. You're thinking of staying? Yes, he said quietly. I think this place might be home. She nodded warmly, as if she had been waiting for him to say exactly that. Later, he walked through the evening streets, the sky painted in soft pink tones, the lanterns flickering to life. And he whispered into the warm dusk, I choose this. I choose life. I choose moving forward. He felt her with him, not as sorrow, but as presence, as warmth, as the quiet courage she had wanted him to have. As he stood on the small bridge again, watching the reflection of the lanterns ripple in the water, he whispered to her memory, I'm building something new, and I hope wherever you are, it makes you smile. And for the first time in 29 years, the future did not frighten him. It called to him gently, steadily, promising that the life ahead of him could be his if he only kept walking toward it. The next morning he woke earlier than usual. The first pale light of dawn brushing softly across the wooden floor, and for a moment he simply lay there staring at the ceiling, feeling the strange, quiet thrill of someone who has finally made a choice that belongs entirely to them. He rose, slowly dressed, and slipped the bracelet onto his wrist, hearing the faint metallic click of the star charm like a whisper of encouragement from a voice he still carried within him. He walked downstairs, the innkeeper smiling warmly as she handed him a cup of coffee, saying, You look like a man stepping into a new chapter. And he felt something warm bloom in his chest, because for once the words felt true. He stepped outside the village wrapped in silver morning mist, the cobblestones slick with dew, the air cool and clean as he walked toward the bookstore, a sense of purpose steadying his breath. He arrived just as the owner was unlocking the door. The man smiled, nodding toward him. "Come in, let's see what we can figure." Out inside the shop smelled of old paper and warm wood dust motes swirling lazily in the soft golden light. The owner gestured toward the shelves saying, "I don't need a full-time worker, but I do need someone who can help with sorting cataloguing and managing the reading nights if that interests you." And to his own surprise, the answer came easily. "Yes, it does." The man smiled good. "Then start today if you'd like." He nodded, feeling something inside him settle into place as though a missing piece had quietly returned. He spent the morning dusting shelves, arranging stacks of books, discovering forgotten titles tucked into corners. Every movement, slow, steady grounding. He found peace in the quiet repetition, in the scent of pages, in the feeling of belonging to a place where stories lived openly, unlike the stories he had kept buried for years during a break. He stepped outside and watched the village wake, fully shops opening, birds gathering on rooftops, people greeting each other with gentle familiarity. He realized he was beginning to learn the rhythm of this place. The way mornings softened into afternoons, the way evenings folded into stillness, the way life flowed here without rushing or demanding too much. He returned to the shop and the owner handed him a small box, saying, "These are donations not sorted yet. Take your time." He opened the box carefully and inside found old poetry collections, faded letters, small notebooks filled with handwritten thoughts. The sight hit him with a strange tenderness. Books that once belonged to people now passed through his hands as if stories were choosing him one by one, guiding him toward pieces of himself he had forgotten. By midday, he felt a calm exhaustion, the kind that comes from doing something meaningful, not from carrying emotional weight. He stepped outside for lunch, walking to the small cafe where he had written in his journal days before the waitress greeted him with a bright smile. "You're becoming a regular." He smiled softly. "Maybe this place has room." "For me," she set his tea on the table and said gently, "every place has room for someone who chooses it." He sat there, letting her words sink in, watching children chase each other across the street. The sky now, a bright, gentle blue, he opened his journal and wrote, "Today, I worked with stories that aren't mine, but somehow they make me feel less alone. Maybe other people's words can heal us too." He closed the journal, feeling a quiet fulfillment as he finished his tea and returned to the bookstore where the owner showed him how to register new arrivals, how to prepare the room for reading nights, how to arrange displays in ways that invited people to linger. Afternoon sunlight poured through the windows, catching dust particles that danced in the air like tiny floating memories. And he felt strangely grateful to witness even that small, ordinary beauty. When evening approached, he left the shop, walking through the village streets, illuminated by lanterns warming the cobblestones with soft golden pools of light. The breeze carried a hint of lavender and wood smoke, a scent that already felt familiar. He walked to the stone bridge again, leaned against the railing and watched the rippling reflections below. As the first stars appeared overhead, he whispered softly into the quiet, "I think I'm starting to feel alive again." And he felt the bracelet warm against his skin, as if agreeing with him. He looked up at the sky, imagining her somewhere far beyond the stars, watching him with the gentle smile she always had when she looked at him as a boy. He whispered, "Thank you for leading me here, even without meaning to thank you for loving me in ways I never understood." Until now, night deepened around him, but he did not feel lost. He felt rooted, steadied. Ready, he walked back to the inn, the warm glow spilling from the windows like a welcome. And as he climbed into bed, he realized something simple but profound. This was the first day in 29 years he had lived not for regret, not for fear, not for what might have been, but for what still could be. And as he closed his eyes, he whispered into the dark, "I'm learning how to stay, not just how to survive, but how to belong." And the night held him gently, as if the world itself had been waiting for him to finally return. The next morning arrived quietly, with thin streaks of light stretching across the sky and slipping gently through his window. He woke with that same steady warmth inside him, the sense that each day in this village was stitching something back together, something he thought had been broken beyond repair. He dressed and made his way to the bookstore. The streets still hushed with early calm, the scent of morning pastries drifting through the air. As he entered the shop, he found the owner speaking with a woman he had not seen before. She stood by the counter, sunlight catching strands of her dark hair, her hands holding a stack of books against her chest, her posture relaxed, but her eyes sharp, observant. Curious, she turned when she heard him enter, and for a moment he felt something shift inside him. Not attraction, not recognition, but a quiet awareness, like meeting someone who would matter before knowing why the owner smiled. "Ah, good you're here. This is Lena." She helps organize the cultural events. Around the village, readings, workshops, that sort of thing. She's here to plan the next poetry night. Lena offered him a warm, polite smile. "Hello, I've heard you read something last time." The words caught him off guard, a faint heat touching the back of his neck. "Oh, I didn't really read anything. I just spoke." She tilted her head slightly, her expression thoughtful. "That's still reading. I think reading your own truth." He didn't know how to answer that, so he simply nodded, feeling a strange flutter in his chest. The owner excused himself, leaving them to sort through the event schedule. Lena set the stack of books on the counter and asked, "Would you like to help plan the next reading?" He hesitated. He wasn't sure if he was ready to stand in front of people again, but something about her presence was steadying, not demanding, but inviting, like the soft pull of warm water. After a long freeze, he said quietly, "Yes, I think I'd like that they sat at the small wooden table in the back of the shop, papers spread between them. Lists of past events, scribbled notes, ideas, and times she worked quickly, methodically. Her handwriting neat, her thoughts organized." She asked him what themes he found meaningful. Which poems spoke to him, what kind of atmosphere felt right for the next gathering. He was surprised by how easily he answered, by how comfortable he felt, sharing things he normally would have kept folded away inside his chest. She listened attentively, nodding occasionally, offering small reflections that showed she genuinely heard what he said when they finished outlining the event. She leaned back, slightly studying him with calm interest. "You know, you seem like someone who's learning how to breathe again." He blinked, unsure how she could see him so clearly. "I suppose I am." She smiled. Not the smile of someone trying to comfort, but the smile of someone who recognized the quiet rebuilding of another person. "I'm glad for you," she said softly, more softly than he expected. He felt a warmth move through him. Not overpowering, just gentle, a sign of connection, beginning like a small light appearing in a long corridor. Over the next hours they worked together, arranging donated books, sorting poetry collections, dusting the front shelves. She told him about her life. How she grew up in this region, moved away, then returned after her mother fell ill. How the village had always felt like a place that held her steady, even when the rest of the world didn't. He listened quietly, feeling something resonate in her story, the same way he felt resonance in certain poems. The same underlying truth of someone trying to find a place where their heart could rest at one point. She asked him, "What brought you here?" He paused, because the real answer was too heavy, too intimate, too sacred to offer to someone he had just met. So he said honestly, but gently, "A letter," and she nodded, as though she sensed there was more. But didn't push, understanding that some stories needed time to be told. Their conversation ebbed and flowed naturally. Pockets of silence, never uncomfortable, but easy, like two people who had known each other longer than they had at the end of the day. She gathered her coat and books, saying, "We'll meet again tomorrow to finalize the details." "Yes," he said, feeling something settle in him, something warm and unfamiliar. Something like anticipation. As she walked out the door, he watched her step into the fading sunlight. The evening breeze brushing her hair, the lanterns along the street, flickering softly to life when the door closed behind her. The shop felt a little quieter, a little too quiet, and he realized he had grown used to her voice over the course of the afternoon. He stood there for a long moment, absorbing the shift inside him, recognizing it for what it was not love, not longing, but the beginning of space, opening inside him a space where something new could grow, something gentle. Something earned something alive that night. As he sat at the desk in his room, writing in his journal, he paused mid-sentence, staring at the page before writing carefully. I met someone today, and it didn't hurt to feel something. He closed the journal, slowly touched the wooden box beside it, and whispered softly, I think you'd want this for me. I think you'd want me to keep living. And maybe this is what living looks like. He lay in bed, listening to the soft sounds of the quiet village, the distant murmur of life continuing outside his window. And as sleep came, he felt something he hadn't felt in years. The faint, quiet spark of hope warming him from the inside, not replacing what he lost, but lighting the path ahead, one small, gentle step at a time. The next day arrived with a soft, golden warmth drifting through his window. And for the first time in years, he woke, not with the heaviness of memory, but with a quiet anticipation. A subtle pull toward the day ahead, he dressed, simply drank a quick cup of coffee at the inn, and made his way to the bookstore. The morning air, crisp and bright, carrying the scent of pine and something faintly floral when he entered the shop. Lina was already there, arranging a stack of poetry anthologies on the center table. Her hair pulled back loosely, a few strands falling around her face catching the morning light. She looked up when he entered and offered a warm, gentle smile. Good morning. He nodded, returning the smile, though softer, still unused to the feeling that rose in him around her. Something warm, something curious, something alive. He joined her at the table, helping arrange the books, their movements falling into an easy rhythm as though they had worked together for months. Instead of hours, she told him the bookstore had agreed to host not just poetry nights, but community readings, workshops, acoustic evenings. And she was excited about bringing more life into the place. He listened quietly, taking in the way her eyes brightened when she talked about art and people and stories, as if she could see potential in things long before others could. After a while, she looked at him and asked softly, "What made you choose this place?" He hesitated, not because he wanted to hide the truth, but because the truth was too intimate to offer. All at once he answered in the simplest way he could. It felt like somewhere I could breathe. Lina nodded as though she understood completely. Sometimes that's all a person needs, she said softly. A place that doesn't ask too much, a place that lets you exist. He felt her words land gently inside him, like small stones settling at the bottom of a river. Grounding him throughout the morning, they worked side by side, sorting donation boxes, labeling shelves, creating a new display for the event upcoming on Thursday. Their conversations were quiet but steady, weaving naturally between silence and words. No pressure, no effort, just two people sharing the same space with ease. At one point, she laughed softly at something. He said a dry, understated comment. He didn't even realize was funny, but the sound of her laughter, warm and unforced, struck him. In a place he didn't know was still alive, he found himself smiling back, not because he tried, but because something in her presence unlocked it near midday. They decided to close the shop for an hour to grab lunch. The owner encouraged them, saying, "Take a break. Go, breathe some outside air. The world won't end without books for 60 minutes." They walked to the small cafe across the square, the one he had visited before the waitress recognized him and smiled. Tea again, he nodded, but glanced at Lina, who ordered a coffee and a slice of apple cake. They sat near the window sunlight, warming the table, and Lina looked out for a moment before saying this. Village has a way of healing people who wander into it. He studied her profile, the calm certainty in her voice. How do you know she turned to him? Her eyes warm, because I was one of them. He waited quietly, giving her space. She took a breath and continued. I came back after my mother got sick, but if I'm honest, I came back because I needed a place where life didn't move faster than my heart could handle. She smiled faintly. I rebuilt myself here slowly, quietly, gently. His chest tightened, not with pain but recognition. A sense of kinship between two people who had been broken in different ways, but learned to stand again. She took a small sip of her coffee, then looked at him with a softness that startled him. "You carry something heavy," she said gently. Not accusing, not probing, just acknowledging he felt his breath hitch for a moment, but not out of fear. More out of the unfamiliar sensation of being seen. He nodded quietly. "I do." She didn't ask what it was, didn't ask him to explain, didn't fill the silence. With questions, she simply said, "I hope whatever it is becomes lighter with time." He exhaled slowly, feeling something loosen in his chest. Something he thought was locked forever. They finished lunch walking back to the bookstore slowly, the warm air brushing softly around them. The quiet between them, peaceful when they arrived. The owner had left a note saying he'd gone to meet a supplier and that they should continue working at their own pace. Lina sat at the table reviewing event plans while he sorted the fiction section. But every now and then their eyes met briefly, not awkwardly, but in a way that acknowledged the invisible thread slowly forming between them. Gentle, patient, unforced, later in the afternoon as they prepared to close. Lina turned to him and said, "There's something I want to show you. If you're not busy." He nodded, curiosity stirring in him. She led him out of the bookstore through the village square, down a narrow path he hadn't walked before, lined with tall grass and old stone houses. They reached a small clearing at the top of a hill overlooking the valley below. The view, wide open, the sky vast and blue, the breeze carrying the scent of wildflowers. Lina sat on the grass, inviting him to join her. "This is my quiet place," she said softly. "Where I come when I need to remember that the world is bigger than what hurts inside." He sat beside her, feeling the ground warm beneath his palms, feeling the expanse of the landscape stretch into something that felt like possibility. She looked at him, not searching, not expecting, just present, fully present, in a way that comforted him more than he could explain. "You don't have to tell me anything," she said gently. "But if you ever want to, I'll listen." He swallowed slowly, the wind tugging lightly at his hair. He nodded, the gesture small, but full of meaning. "Thank you." She smiled, not brightly, but warmly, a smile that felt like a soft place to rest as the sun began its slow descent. They sat there in quiet companionship, watching the light shift across the valley. And for the first time in a long time, he felt the delicate, fragile beginning of trust forming inside him. Not the kind that demanded, not the kind that rushed, but the kind that grew slowly through shared silence and gentle presence when they finally walked back toward the village. The lanterns were just starting to glow along the paths. Lina paused at the bookstore, smiled at him and said, "See you tomorrow?" He nodded, feeling a warmth settle into him that lasted long after she walked away that evening. In his room, he opened his journal, stared at the blank page, and wrote one simple sentence. "I'm not alone anymore." Then closed, the journal gently touched the wooden box beside it and whispered softly, "I think you'd be happy for me." He lay in bed, listening to the quiet night outside, the soft hum of a world that no longer felt distant. And for the first time, he fell asleep, not with grief in his chest, but with a quiet, growing light. The next morning began peacefully, but inside him, something felt unsettled. A quiet trembling beneath the calm, like old wounds stirring in their sleep. He rose, dressed, and walked to the bookstore, but his mind wandered back to the hill with Lina. The way she looked at him with gentle understanding, the way silence with her felt safe. And for a moment, that safety frightened him, as if letting someone close meant betraying the memory of the girl in the letters. He shook the thought away, but it clung to him quietly like a shadow. He unlocked the bookstore, early sunlight filtering through the windows, dust drifting lazily in golden lines. He tried to lose himself in small tasks, sorting new arrivals, labeling shelves, wiping surfaces, but every so often his eyes drifted to the door, waiting for Lina without admitting it to himself. When she finally arrived, her smile warm, her presence soft. Something inside him eased, but another part tightened, a thin, invisible thread pulling in opposite directions. She greeted him, cheerfully unaware of the storm quietly forming inside his chest. They worked as usual, but today he found himself distracted. His thoughts tangled, drifting back and forth between past and present. Grief and hope, memory and possibility. Lena noticed his silence, and after a while she asked quietly, "Are you all right?" He nodded instinctively. "Yes, fine." But she studied him for a moment, her brows soft but concerned. "You don't have to pretend," she said gently. "Not here." He swallowed something heavy pressing behind his ribs, as if all the feelings he had closed away years ago were pushing to the surface. He managed a small, strained smile. "I'm just tired." She didn't push, she simply nodded, but he felt her attention lingering gently, like a hand held out without touching around. Midday, she suggested they take a walk to clear their minds. He hesitated, but followed her through the village, the sun warm but not harsh. The air crisp, she walked beside him without speaking, letting the quiet settle naturally after her. While she said softly, "When you're healing, the heart gets confused. It doesn't know how to hold two truths at once." He looked at her, confused. "What do you mean?" She glanced at him. Her eyes warmed the truth of what you lost and the truth of what you're finding. Now they don't fight each other, even if it feels like they do. He felt the words hit him like a soft blow. His steps faltered, the breath leaving him slowly. He looked away toward the rooftops, the lanterns, the distant hills. "I feel like if I move forward, I'm leaving her behind." Lina stopped walking, turned to him, her voice steady but gentle. "You aren't leaving her. She's the reason you're able to move at all." He stood still, the world around him, quieting as if listening. She stepped closer, not touching him, but close enough that he felt the steadiness of her presence she gave you. "Love," she said softly, "real love doesn't chain you to the past. It sets you free to live the life she couldn't." He closed his eyes, the ache inside him thick, raw, heavy. "I don't know how to do that." Lina smiled sadly. "None of us do not. At first you learn by trying." He opened his eyes slowly, breathing out shakily. They continued walking through the village, the tension inside him loosening a little. But not disappearing later in the bookstore, he tried to focus on work. But every time he touched a book or moved a stack of papers, he felt the weight of the wooden box in his mind. The letters, the drawing, her handwriting, the truth he carried, like a second heartbeat. By late afternoon, the weight grew too heavy. He stepped outside the bookstore, leaning against the wall, breathing deeply as if trying to steady a storm he could not name. Lena followed quietly, standing beside him without speaking. He didn't look at her, but he felt her presence warm, grounding. After a long moment, he whispered, "I'm scared." Lena looked at him gently of what he swallowed of losing her again. Lena's expression softened into something deeper, something understanding in a way that only someone who had grieved before could understand. "You won't lose her," she said, "because she's part of you now. Not a memory, a part of who you are, but she would never want to be the end of your story." He felt tears sting his eyes, but they did not fall. Not yet, the tension inside him shifting like ice cracking in spring. Later that evening, he returned to his room at the inn, closed the door behind him, and sat heavily on the bed. The room felt too quiet, too full, and yet too empty. He reached for the wooden box, placed it on his lap, opened it slowly, touching each piece inside the photograph. The bracelet, the notebook, the letters. His breath trembled as he whispered, "I'm trying. I don't know how, but I'm trying." And as he spoke, the tears finally rose, warm, unstoppable. Falling onto the lid of the box, he didn't fight them. He let them come, letting grief speak after years of silence, letting the cracks widen. So light could finally enter. He cried, not for the past, but for the confusion of the present, for the fear of moving forward, and for the first delicate, fragile hope that scared him more than grief ever had when the tears subsided. He wiped his face, closed the box gently, and whispered into the quiet, "I hope I'm not disappointing you." He lay down exhausted but lighter, as if something inside him had shifted just enough for breath to move more freely. And as he drifted into sleep, he felt both women inside him, the one he had lost and the one he was just beginning to know, one carrying his past, the other illuminating his future. And for the first time, he understood these truths were not enemies. They were the two hands guiding him toward the man he was becoming. He woke with swollen eyes and a heavy chest, yet strangely, for the first time in a long while. The weight inside him felt honest, not something crushing him, but something finally allowed to exist freely. He sat on the edge of the bed, looking at the wooden box across the room sitting quietly on the desk in the dim morning light, and he whispered to himself, "I'm still here?" He rose, slowly washed his face and stepped outside into the fresh morning air. The village was just beginning to stir, merchants setting out baskets, children dragging their feet toward school. The sound of quiet laughter drifting from somewhere, he walked toward the bookstore, feeling both fragile and renewed, like someone who had walked through fire and found the other side intact, but changed when he entered. Lena was already inside, sorting through flyers for the next reading night. She looked up immediately, eyes soft, reading him in a second. Even before he spoke rough night, she asked gently. He nodded, but her presence made the tension inside him ease like warm hands pressing gently against the edges of a bruise. She didn't ask questions, didn't push, simply placed a fresh stack of books in front of him and said, "Let's work." He breathed out slowly, grateful they worked in quiet for a while. The kind of quiet that wasn't demanding or heavy, just steady grounding. And after some time, he realized the ache in his chest had loosened like a knot, slowly unwinding around midday. The bookstore bell chimed and a few villagers wandered in browsing. Browsing again, but one older man paused near him, examining the titles, then glancing at him with familiarity. "Aren't you the one who spoke at the last poetry night?" He felt a jolt of surprise flickering through him. "Yes." The man smiled gently. "It was brave. What you did. Sharing truth is always brave." He didn't know what to say, the compliment settling inside him like a hesitant warmth. Lina glanced over with a small, knowing smile. The man continued, "We've all lost someone, but not everyone learns to live again after they do. You gave hope that night." He felt the words strike him deep, gentle but powerful hope. He repeated quietly, almost tasting the unfamiliarity of it. The man nodded. "Keep going." He walked away, leaving him standing still, hands slightly trembling. Lina approached silently, standing beside him. "Didn't expect that, did you?" He shook his head. "No, I didn't." She smiled softly. The world notices when someone returns to it, even in small ways. He felt the words settle deep like seeds, pushing softly into soil. Wanting to grow later that afternoon, Lena suggested they take the donation books to the community center. He agreed, and they carried the boxes together through the streets. The sun warmed the breeze, lifting strands of her hair as they walked, the weight of the boxes grounding him. In the present, step by step, with each step he felt something opening inside him, like a window being unlocked after years. Sealed shut at the community center, they stacked the books set aside, a few to feature at the next reading, and lingered in the quiet hall, the air thick with echoes of voices and stories. Lina turned to him and said softly, "I'm glad you stayed in this village." He swallowed, unsure how to respond, so he simply said, "Me too." But the words felt deeper than that, felt like a truth. He was only beginning to understand as they walked back toward the bookstore. Their steps fell into a slow, comfortable rhythm. Lina spoke quietly. "Not looking at him when you carry old grief. New things can feel dangerous." He nodded, feeling the weight of her words inside his chest. "Yes, they do." But she continued, her voice steady. "That doesn't mean new things are wrong. Sometimes they are exactly what the heart needs, even if it hurts." He inhaled shakily, letting her words linger between them. Later, when the day ended and they closed the shop, Lena walked him outside, stopping under the lantern near the door. "I hope you know," she said gently, "that you're allowed to feel more than one thing at a time. Sadness and hope, past and present, loss and possibility." He nodded slowly, not trusting his voice, and she smiled, a small, soft smile that reached her eyes. See you tomorrow." He watched her walk away, the lantern light brushing her silhouette, the sky behind her shifting into shades of gold and blue. And he felt it again, that opening inside him, that sense of life gently expanding around his edges. When he returned to his room at the inn, he sat at the desk, opened his journal and wrote, "Today someone said, I gave hope, but the truth is, I think I'm just learning how to receive it." Then he placed the journal beside the wooden box, touched its lid softly and whispered, "I'm learning to live not instead of you, but because of you." He lay down, the night air cool and calm, drifting through the open window. And as he closed his eyes, he felt both the past and the present settle alongside each other, not battling, not tearing him apart, but beginning to coexist. And for the first time, he sensed the shape of a future gently forming. Before him, patient, steady, waiting for him to step into it. The next morning, he woke with the faint sensation that something inside him had shifted during the night, not dramatically, not painfully, but quietly like a door. Somewhere deep within him had opened a fraction just enough for a thin line of light to slip through. He dressed slowly, feeling the weight of the world not as a burden, but as a presence accompanying him. Instead of crushing him, he walked to the bookstore, the cool air brushing gently against his skin, the familiar scent of morning bread drifting from the bakery when he entered the shop. Lena was already there, sitting on the floor surrounded by open boxes, her hair falling loosely over her shoulder as she flipped through an old poetry collection. She looked up at him with a bright, small smile. "There you are, come. Help me make sense of this chaos." He smiled back, a soft, real smile, the kind that didn't feel forced or worn. She nudged a box toward him, and he knelt beside her, their shoulders nearly but not quite touching as they sorted through. Books she read aloud, lines from poems that caught her attention, and he found himself listening not to the words, but to the way her voice softened when she spoke lines about longing or belonging, as if she understood them personally. Hours passed quietly, the two of them working side by side, the store slowly filling with warm afternoon light, and he felt something new rising inside him. Slow, hesitant, frightening, something he didn't dare name. He tried to ignore it, but it pressed gently against his thoughts each time her hand brushed his, each time she laughed softly, each time she looked at him with that warm, steady gaze that told him she saw him even when he felt hidden when they paused for lunch. She suggested they eat outside the day too. Beautiful to stay indoors, they sat on a bench near the fountain. Children playing nearby, the sound of water trickling a soft, soothing rhythm. She ate slowly, watching the village as if she loved every detail, every imperfection. Then she turned to him with a thoughtful expression. "Can I ask you something?" He felt a small tightness in his chest, but nodded. "Yes." Her voice was gentle, not searching, just sincere. "Do you ever feel like you're standing in two lives at once?" He inhaled slowly, feeling the truth of her words hit him with quiet precision. "Yes," he whispered. "Yes, all the time." She nodded as if she expected that answer, the past and the present. She said softly, "They don't always let go of each other easily. Sometimes they overlap. Sometimes they fight. Sometimes they live side by side." He looked down at his hands, fingers tracing the outline of the paper cup. "I'm scared," he admitted, softly. Scared that moving forward means losing her. Lena's gaze softened more deeply than before. "You won't lose her," she said quietly. "The people we love stay with us, even when life changes, even when our hearts change." She leaned back slightly, letting the breeze catch her hair. "Someone once told me that love doesn't disappear, it transforms." He let the idea settle inside him like a seed, unsure whether it would grow or lie dormant, but grateful for the possibility. She stood stretching her arms and said, "Come on, we still have work to do." As they walked back, he found himself looking at her silhouette against the sunlight, noticing the grace in her steps, the calm in her gestures, the kindness woven into everything she did when they returned to the bookstore. The owner handed them both warm drinks and left them to lock up at closing. Liner sat on the floor again, legs crossed, flipping through another poetry book. She read him a line about hearts learning how to open even after breaking, and he felt something tighten inside him, painfully sweet. He watched her for a long moment, longer than he realized, until she looked up and caught his gaze. Her expression softening into something unspoken but warm. He looked away quickly, embarrassed by the intensity of what moved through him. She didn't tease or push. She only said softly, "You're allowed to feel things. You know." He swallowed the words, catching in his throat, "I know. But I don't know how to do it without feeling guilty." Lena closed the book, placed it gently on the floor, and leaned forward. Eyes searching his not invading, but inviting, "You're not replacing anyone." She said gently, "You're not betraying anyone you're living, and she would want that for you." He stared at her, unable to speak, feeling the truth tremble inside his chest like a fragile bird wanting flight. After they finished closing the store, they stepped outside the sky a deepening shade of gold, the lanterns glowing softly across the village. Lina walked with him toward the inn, the world quieting into evening. Before she reached her turn, she stopped and looked at him with a tenderness that felt like a light pressed against his ribs. "You don't have to rush, and you don't have to avoid," she said softly. "You're allowed to exist in the middle for as long as you need." He felt the breath catch in his chest, the simplest, most grounding words he had heard in years. "Thank you," he murmured. She smiled gently. "Good night." He watched her walk away, the lantern light shimmering on her hair, feeling something inside him ache and blossom at the same time when he entered his room. He sat on the bed, his breath unsteady, and whispered into the quiet, "I don't know what's happening to me." He reached for the wooden box, placed his hand on the lid, and felt neither guilt nor fear, only the ache of a heart learning how to hold more than one truth. He whispered her name gently, almost reverently, and added softly, "I'm not forgetting you. I'm just finally learning how to live." And as he lay down staring at the ceiling, the room dim and quiet, he felt something new settle into him. Not certainty, not clarity, but openness. A readiness for something he had once believed he would never feel again. And for the first time, he understood that healing didn't mean choosing one love over another. Healing meant allowing the heart to expand enough to hold everything. The next morning, he woke earlier than usual, feeling a restless pull inside him. A kind of quiet urgency that didn't come from fear or sorrow, but from something deeper, something almost like courage, stirring after a long, quiet sleep. He sat on the edge of the bed, hands pressed together, breathing slowly as if preparing himself for something he didn't yet understand. The light through the window was soft pale, the kind of morning that made the world seem gentler than it really was. He dressed quickly, stepped outside, and walked toward the bookstore. But halfway there, he stopped, suddenly heart tightening with a strange clarity. He turned not toward the shop, but toward the hill where Lena had taken him days before, something inside him, guiding him without explanation. His steps were quick, almost determined, the air crisp, brushing against his skin as he climbed. When he reached the top, the valley stretched before him, the sky wide, the wind moving through the tall grass like a soft whisper. He stood there, breathing deeply, feeling the stillness around him. And then he sat on the same patch of ground where he and Lena had talked, the sun warming his face. He reached into his coat, pulled out his journal, and without thinking, began to write, words pouring out of him faster than he expected. "I am afraid of living." He wrote, then paused, feeling the truth of it tremble inside him. "But I am more afraid of stopping now." He continued, "I don't want to lose the past, but I don't want to lose myself either." He wrote about the girl from the letters about Lena, about the strange, confusing ache of feeling pulled in two directions at once, one toward memory, one toward possibility. And he wrote about something he hadn't yet admitted, not even to himself. "I want to move forward. I want to feel alive. I want to let someone in again." The wind brushed lightly against the page as if agreeing with each confession. When he finally lifted his head, he felt lighter, not healed, not certain, but lighter, like a stone had been removed from. His chest, he looked at the village below roofs, glowing gently in the rising sun. And for the first time, he felt the urge to be part of it, not as an observer, not as a man hiding behind grief, but as someone choosing life. He closed the journal, stood and walked back down the hill. His steps faster than before, as if his body now knew where it wanted to go. He reached the bookstore just as Lena was unlocking the door. She turned slightly surprised. "Oh, you're early." He nodded, but something in his expression made her pause, her gaze softening. "What's wrong?" He shook his head slowly. "Nothing's wrong, actually. I just needed to see you." Her eyes widened slightly, not with shock, but with a quiet recognition, her voice gentle. "Okay, I'm here." They stepped inside the shop, the morning light spreading across the floor, and for a moment he stood there trying to find the words that tangled inside him. Lina waited, not pushing, not urging, just present. He finally said quietly, "I've been afraid." Lena nodded. "I know," he swallowed, and continued. "But today, on the hill, I realized something. I don't want fear to be the thing that decides my life anymore." She breathed in softly, as if bracing for something. He took a slow step toward her, not close enough to frighten the moment, but close enough that she felt the shift in the air between them. "I don't know what I'm doing," he said quietly. "I don't know what I'm ready for or not ready for, but I know that when I'm with you, it doesn't feel wrong. It feels like breathing." Lina's lips parted slightly, her eyes softening with something warm, something tender. He continued, his voice trembling, but honest. "I'm not asking for anything. I'm not making promises. I just wanted you to know that you mattered to me more than I expected, more than I thought I could feel again." He looked down, unsure, unable to meet her gaze. The silence stretched, but not painfully, not sharply. It stretched like something unfolding carefully. Then Lena stepped closer so slowly he barely registered the movement until she stood. Right in front of him, her voice quiet, almost a whisper. "You're allowed to feel something new." She lifted a hand, hesitating for a heartbeat, then gently touched his arm, her fingers. Warm, steady grounding. "You're not replacing what you lost," she said softly. "You're honoring it by letting yourself grow." He felt a tremor move through him. Not fear, not grief, but release. She added gently, "And if one day you want to take a step towards something new, I won't rush you, but I won't walk away either." The words hit him like warmth blooming inside his ribs. "A small, fragile sunrise," he whispered. "Thank you," his voice cracking. She smiled, the kind of smile that held both patience and promise, then slowly let her hand fall away, giving him space, but also giving him something else, hope later. As they worked side by side, he felt the difference in himself, subtle but undeniable. Something inside him had shifted toward light, toward possibility, towards someone new. He didn't know what the future would look like, he didn't know how much he could give or how long healing would take, but he knew one thing with absolute clarity today. He had taken a step he never thought he would take, and as the sunlight moved across the bookstore floor, lighting their path, he realized something quietly monumental. He wanted to keep walking. The days that followed unfolded gently like pages turning in a book. He hadn't realized he was finally ready to read nothing. Dramatic happened. No grand confessions. No sudden shifts, just small moments, subtle and steady, that slowly began weaving a deeper connection between them. Each morning he arrived at the bookstore a little earlier than before, and each morning Lena greeted him with a smile that seemed a little warmer, a little softer, as if she too felt the change quietly forming between them. They worked side by side, sorting books, preparing displays, planning events, and without ever discussing it, their movements began to sync. Their silences became comfortable, their glances more frequent, not heavy, not charged, just aware gentle threads tying themselves between two people who had learned to move carefully through the world one afternoon. While organizing a donation box, he found a small notebook filled with handwritten poems. The ink faded, the edges worn. He flipped through it, stopping on a page where someone had written a line that made his breath still for a moment. Hearts are not meant to stay closed. They are meant to be weathered and still open. He stared at the words, feeling them echo inside him like a quiet truth. He wasn't ready to say aloud. Lena noticed his stillness and sat beside him. "What did you find?" He handed her the notebook. She read the line, her expression softening delicately. "That's beautiful," he whispered, almost afraid to break the moment. "Yes," she replied, "and true." They sat together for a long breath, absorbing the simple courage of the words before returning to their tasks. Later, as the bookstore filled with the warm glow of afternoon light, a small group of children wandered in, exploring the shelves. Lina knelt to help one of them find a book about animals while he watched her from a distance, feeling a tenderness rise in him unexpectedly. The way she spoke to the child, gentle, patient, the way her smile lit the room. He didn't look away when she caught him watching. She didn't either. She simply smiled in a way that felt like an invitation not to do anything, not to move toward her, but to simply let himself feel whatever it was he felt that evening. The village prepared for the poetry night, setting up chairs, stringing lanterns across the small courtyard between the cafe and the bookstore. He and Lena carried out boxes of tea candles, arranging them along the walkway. Lina laughed as one of the lanterns flickered out and teased him about not being tall enough to reach the hook. He rolled his eyes playfully, then stepped on a wooden crate to fix it. Their shoulders brushed lightly as they worked. And though the touch was accidental, it lingered in his awareness. Warm, steady grounding when the evening began. Villagers filled the courtyard. Soft chatter, blending with the music of someone tuning a guitar liner, moved through the crowd, greeting people, checking on the setup, while he handled books at the display table, but every so often he found her eyes meeting his across it. The space, not searching, not calling, merely acknowledging him in a way that made him feel seen, in a way he had long forgotten how to feel when the readings began. He listened to the voices, one by one, poems about love, loss, healing. Beginnings, every word stirring something deep inside him at one point. Lena sat beside him, her shoulder, brushing his only barely yet. The contact felt like a small anchor, soothing the part of him that still trembled when the final reader finished. Lena leaned toward him slightly, her voice soft. "So what did you think?" He hesitated, searching for the right words. It felt, he whispered, like everyone here is trying to find their way back to themselves. She smiled. "Exactly, and that means you're in the right place." He looked at her, the lantern light flickering across her face, casting warm, golden shadows. And something inside him opened further. Just a fraction, but enough. After the event ended, they stayed behind to clean up stacking chairs, blowing out candles, carrying empty cups to the bins. At one point, Lena tripped slightly on a loose stone, and he instinctively reached out, steadying her, his hand on her arm. Her breath catching faintly in surprise. Their eyes met closer than they had ever been, a moment suspended between them. Neither stepping forward, neither stepping back, both aware of the fragile, delicate line stretching in the space between them. He released her gently, his touch lingering only because he didn't want to pull away too fast. "Sorry," he murmured. She shook her head, a small, breathless smile. "Don't be." They continued cleaning, but the air between them had changed, softened, warmed, deepened when the courtyard was empty and the night had fully settled. They walked together toward the inn, the lanterns flickering above them and the quiet hum of the village wrapping around them like a blanket. Lina stopped at the corner of the street where their paths split. She looked at him with an expression he couldn't quite read. Not longing, not sadness, something quieter, something hopeful. "I'm glad you were there tonight," she said softly. He swallowed. "So am I," she hesitated, then added, "and I'm glad you're here, not just at the event here in this village." He felt the words bloom warmly in his chest, steadying him. He whispered, barely audible, "I'm glad too." She smiled, a soft, slow smile. "Good night." He watched her walk away, her silhouette fading into the lantern glow, and when he finally returned to his room, he opened his journal without thinking. Writing the truth he could no longer ignore. "I am starting to feel again, and somehow it doesn't feel wrong." It feels like returning to life at last. He closed the journal, touched the wooden box gently and whispered, "I'm not replacing you. I'm becoming someone you would be proud of," and for the first time he let himself hope that his heart had enough room for both the love he lost and the love that was beginning to quietly form. The days that followed unfolded gently like pages turning in a book. He hadn't realized he was finally ready to read nothing. Dramatic happened. No grand confessions. No sudden shifts, just small moments, subtle and steady, that slowly began weaving a deeper connection between them. Each morning he arrived at the bookstore a little earlier than before, and each morning Lena greeted him with a smile that seemed a little warmer, a little softer, as if she too felt the change quietly forming between them. They worked side by side, sorting books, preparing displays, planning events, and without ever discussing it, their movements began to sync. Their silences became comfortable, their glances more frequent, not heavy, not charged, just aware gentle threads tying themselves between two people who had learned to move carefully through the world one afternoon. While organizing a donation box, he found a small notebook filled with handwritten poems. The ink faded, the edges worn. He flipped through it, stopping on a page where someone had written a line that made his breath still for a moment. Hearts are not meant to stay closed, they are meant to be weathered and still open. He stared at the words, feeling them echo inside him like a quiet truth. He wasn't ready to say aloud. Lena noticed his stillness and sat beside him. "What did you find?" He handed her the notebook. She read the line, her expression softening delicately. "That's beautiful," he whispered, almost afraid to break the moment. "Yes," she replied, "and true." They sat together for a long breath, absorbing the simple courage of the words before returning to their tasks. Later, as the bookstore filled with the warm glow of afternoon light, a small group of children wandered in, exploring the shelves. Lina knelt to help one of them find a book about animals, while he watched her from a distance, feeling a tenderness rise in him unexpectedly. The way she spoke to the child, gentle, patient, the way her smile lit the room. He didn't look away when she caught him watching. She didn't either. She simply smiled in a way that felt like an invitation not to do anything, not to move toward her, but to simply let himself feel whatever it was he felt that evening. The village prepared for the poetry night, setting up chairs, stringing lanterns across the small courtyard between the cafe and the bookstore. He and Lena carried out boxes of tea candles, arranging them along the walkway. Lina laughed as one of the lanterns flickered out and teased him about not being tall enough to reach the hook. He rolled his eyes playfully, then stepped on a wooden crate to fix it. Their shoulders brushed lightly as they worked. And though the touch was accidental, it lingered in his awareness. Warm, steady grounding when the evening began. Villagers filled the courtyard. Soft chatter, blending with the music of someone tuning a guitar liner, moved through the crowd, greeting people, checking on the setup, while he handled books at the display table, but every so often he found her eyes meeting his across the space, not searching, not calling, merely acknowledging him in a way that made him feel seen, in a way he had long forgotten how to feel when the readings began. He listened to the voices, one by one, poems about love, loss, healing. Beginnings, every word stirring something deep inside him at one point. Lena sat beside him, her shoulder, brushing his only barely yet. The contact felt like a small anchor, soothing the part of him that still trembled when the final reader finished. Lena leaned toward him slightly, her voice soft. "So what did you think?" He hesitated, searching for the right words. It felt, he whispered, like everyone here is trying to find their way back to themselves. She smiled. "Exactly, and that means you're in the right place." He looked at her, the lantern light flickering across her face, casting warm golden shadows, and something inside him opened further. Just a fraction, but enough. After the event ended, they stayed behind to clean up stacking chairs, blowing out candles, carrying empty cups to the bins. At one point, Lena tripped slightly on a loose stone, and he instinctively reached out, steadying her, his hand on her arm. her breath catching faintly in surprise. Their eyes met closer than they had ever been, a moment suspended between them. Neither stepping forward, neither stepping back, both aware of the fragile, delicate line stretching in the space between them. He released her gently, his touch lingering only because he didn't want to pull away too fast. "Sorry," he murmured. She shook her head, a small, breathless smile. "Don't be." They continued cleaning, but the air between them had changed, softened, warmed, deepened when the courtyard was empty and the night had fully settled. They walked together toward the inn, the lanterns flickering above them and the quiet hum of the village wrapping around them like a blanket. Lina stopped at the corner of the street where their paths split. She looked at him with an expression he couldn't quite read. Not longing, not sadness, something quieter, something hopeful. "I'm glad you were there tonight," she said softly. He swallowed. "So she hesitated, then added, "And I'm glad you're here. Not just at the event here in this village." He felt the words bloom warmly in his chest, steadying him. He whispered, barely audible, "I'm glad too." She smiled a soft, slow smile. "Good night." He watched her walk away, her silhouette fading into the lantern glow, and when he finally returned to his room, he opened his journal without thinking. Writing the truth he could no longer ignore. "I am starting to feel again, and somehow it doesn't feel wrong. It feels like returning to life at last." He closed the journal, touched the wooden box gently and whispered, "I'm not replacing you. I'm becoming someone you would be proud of," and for the first time he let himself hope that his heart had enough room for both the love he lost and the love that was beginning to quietly form. The next day began quietly, but he felt the heaviness moving through him. From the moment he opened his eyes, not the crushing weight of old grief, but the trembling pressure of something that wanted to surface, something he had held inside for so many years that it no longer knew how to stay silent. He dressed slowly, hands unsteady, and walked toward the bookstore, but each step felt like he was inching toward a moment. He wasn't sure he was ready to face Lina was already inside, flipping through a shipment invoice when he entered. She looked up immediately, sensing something in the tightness of his breath. In the stiffness of his shoulders, her voice softened. "Are you all right?" He tried to answer, but the words tangled in his throat. She set the papers aside and stepped closer, not touching him, but close enough for him to feel her presence steady. "Warm, grounding talk to me," she whispered gently. He shook his head. I don't know how she looked at him with deep, patient eyes, then said, the one thing he needed. Without knowing he needed it, start anywhere. He swallowed, breathing shakily as if his body were trying to hold back a storm. But something inside him finally cracked open and the words began to spill. But not gently, not slowly. They came like water breaking through a dam. "I loved her," he said, voice trembling. "I loved her in a way I didn't understand because I was just a kid. But it was real. I know it was real." Lina didn't move, didn't interrupt, only listened, breathing quietly with him. He continued, his voice breaking. "I thought she stopped caring. I thought she forgot me. I thought I did something wrong, but she didn't. She wrote to me, she waited for me for months, she believed in me. Even when I didn't know she existed in that way anymore, he covered his face with one hand, the shame and sorrow rising hot inside him. I didn't know he whispered. I didn't know the letters were there. I didn't know why she disappeared. I didn't know she waited for me. I didn't know she loved me all that time." His breath trembled. "The memory cutting deep, she spoke to me in those letters like someone who knew me better than I knew myself. She told me she was scared. She told me she believed in me. She told me she wished for one more day with me, and I wasn't there." Lina stepped closer now, slowly, carefully, her voice barely above a breath. "That wasn't your fault." He shook his head violently, but the guilt inside him swelled. "I should have known, I should have felt something, I should have looked for her. I should have..." Lina reached out and finally touched his arm, her fingers, warm, steady, anchoring him. "Stop," she whispered, suddenly firm. "You were a child. You couldn't have saved her. You couldn't have changed what adults hid from you." He felt the truth collide with the years of blame he carried until the collision hurt more than the blame ever had. He whispered brokenly, but she died thinking I didn't care. Lena's face softened with a sorrow he had never seen in her eyes before. No, she said quietly, she died loving you. That's not the same as dying. Alone, he pressed a hand to his chest, trying to steady the cracking inside him. I don't know how to live with it. Lena stepped closer again, gently guiding him to sit. He allowed himself to lower onto a small wooden stool. The room spinning lightly as though the world had tilted, she knelt in front of him, her hands resting softly on her knees. Her presence steady, unwavering. Listen to me, she said quietly. Grief isn't betrayal. Remembering isn't betrayal feeling. Something new isn't betrayal. She leaned in, slightly, voice softer now. Loving someone new doesn't erase the love you had with her. Both truths can live in you without destroying each other. He felt tears blur his vision again, but this time they weren't sharp. They were warm, released from a place too deep to reach. Until now, he whispered, I don't want to lose her. Lena shook her head gently. Won't you carry her with you, not as a wound, but as a part of who you are? She touched his hand lightly, giving him time to pull away. He didn't, her voice softened even more, and loving someone else doesn't replace what she meant. It adds to the life she wanted you to have. He looked at her, really looked at her. And for the first time, he didn't feel guilt in the space between them. He felt possibility, fragile, quiet, but real. Lena continued with a trembling honesty of her own. I'm not here to take her place, and I never will be, but I'm here to walk with you if you'll let me. His breath shook, but not from fear, from the overwhelming softness of someone choosing him, not despite his grief, but with it, he whispered, barely audible. I don't know how to do this, she whispered back. Then we'll learn together. They stayed like that for a long moment. Their hands closed, their breaths unsteady. The air charged, not with romance, but with truth, raw and human and deeply alive when he finally pulled his hand back. It wasn't rejection, it was simply a breath. A pause, a moment to steady himself. He stood slowly, walking toward the front window, looking out at the quiet village, and said the words that marked a turning point in his life. I want to move forward, but I want to bring her with me. Lena stepped behind him, not touching, but near enough for him to feel the warmth of her presence. You can, she whispered. You already are with those words. Something inside him shifted quietly, but permanently. A space he thought was meant only for grief. Widened just enough for light to enter, just enough for life to bloom again. And he realized then that healing wasn't choosing one love over another. Healing was letting his heart learn how to hold both. The next day began quietly, but he felt the heaviness moving through him. From the moment he opened his eyes, not the crushing weight of old grief, but the trembling pressure of something that wanted to surface, something he had held inside for so many years that it no longer knew how to stay silent. He dressed slowly, hands unsteady, and walked toward the bookstore. But each step felt like he was inching toward a moment. He wasn't sure he was ready to face Lena, was already inside, flipping through a shipment invoice when he entered. She looked up immediately, sensing something in the tightness of his breath. In the stiffness of his shoulders, her voice softened. Are you all right? He tried to answer, but the words tangled in his throat. She set the papers aside and stepped closer, not touching him, but close enough for him to feel her presence steady. Warm, grounding talk to me, she whispered gently. He shook his head. I don't know how. She looked at him with deep, patient eyes, then said, the one thing he needed. Without knowing he needed it, start anywhere. He swallowed, breathing shakily, as if his body were trying to hold back a storm. But something inside him finally cracked open and the words began to spill. But not gently, not slowly. They came like water breaking through a dam. I loved her, he said, voice trembling. I loved her in a way I didn't understand because I was just a kid. But it was real. I know it was real. Lena didn't move, didn't interrupt, only listened, breathing quietly with him. He continued, his voice breaking. I thought she stopped caring. I thought she forgot me. I thought I did something wrong, but she didn't. She wrote to me. She waited for me for months. She believed in me. Even when I didn't know she existed in that way anymore, He covered his face with one hand, the shame and sorrow rising hot inside him. I didn't know he whispered. I didn't know the letters were there. I didn't know why she disappeared. I didn't know she waited for me. I didn't know she loved me all that time. His breath trembled. The memory cutting deep, she spoke to me in those letters like someone who knew me better than I knew myself. She told me she was scared. She told me she believed in me. She told me she wished for one more day with me, and I wasn't there. Lena stepped closer now, slowly, carefully, her voice barely above a breath. That wasn't your fault. He shook his head violently, but the guilt inside him swelled. I should have known, I should have felt something, I should have looked for her. I should have... Lena reached out and finally touched his arm. Her fingers, warm, steady, anchoring him. "Stop," she whispered, suddenly firm. "You were a child. You couldn't have saved her. You couldn't have changed what adults hid from you." He felt the truth collide with the years of blame he carried until the collision hurt more than the blame ever had. He whispered brokenly, "But she died thinking I didn't care." Lena's face softened with a sorrow he had never seen in her eyes before. "No," she said quietly, "she died loving you. That's not the same as dying." Alone, he pressed a hand to his chest, trying to steady the cracking inside him. "I don't know how to live with it." Lena stepped closer again, gently guiding him to sit. He allowed himself to lower onto a small wooden stool. The room spinning lightly as though the world had tilted, she knelt in front of him, her hands resting softly on her knees. Her presence steady, unwavering. "Listen to me," she said quietly. "Grief isn't betrayal. Remembering isn't betrayal feeling. Something new isn't betrayal." She leaned in slightly, voice softer now. Loving someone new doesn't erase the love you had with her. Both truths can live in you without destroying each other. He felt tears blur his vision again, but this time they weren't sharp. They were warm, released from a place too deep to reach. Until now, he whispered, "I don't want to lose her." Lena shook her head gently. Won't you carry her with you, not as a wound, but as a part of who you are?" She touched his hand lightly, giving him time to pull away. He didn't, her voice softened even more, and loving someone else doesn't replace what she meant. It adds to the life she wanted you to have. He looked at her, really looked at her. And for the first time, he didn't feel guilt in the space between them. He felt possibility, fragile, quiet, but real. Lena continued with a trembling honesty of her own. "I'm not here to take her place, and I never will be, but I'm here to walk with you if you'll let me." His breath shook, but not from fear, from the overwhelming softness of someone choosing him, not despite his grief, but with it, he whispered, barely audible. "I don't know how to do this," she whispered back. "Then we'll learn together." They stayed like that for a long moment. Their hands closed, their breaths unsteady. The air charged, not with romance, but with truth, raw and human and deeply alive when he finally pulled his hand back. It wasn't rejection, it was simply a breath. A pause, a moment to steady himself. He stood slowly, walking toward the front window, looking out at the quiet village, and said the words that marked a turning point in his life. "I want to move forward, but I want to bring her with me." Lena stepped behind him, not touching, but near enough for him to feel the warmth of her presence. "You can," she whispered. "You already are with those words." Something inside him shifted quietly, but permanently. A space he thought was meant only for grief. Widened just enough for light to enter, just enough for life to bloom again. And he realized then that healing wasn't choosing one love over another. Healing was letting his heart learn how to hold both. He knew it was time long before he admitted it to himself. The pull began the moment he opened the wooden box again. The night before, the weight of it no longer crushing him, but calling him softly, insisting that healing required more than beginning a new life. It required closing the old one. He woke early the next morning. The air outside still cool, the sun hidden behind a pale veil of clouds. He sat at the edge of the bed, staring at the packed bag at his feet, and breathed out heavily, knowing exactly what this day meant. He He didn't tell Lena immediately. He wanted the words to settle inside him first to be sure he wasn't running away, but moving towards something necessary. When he arrived at the bookstore, she was shelving new books, humming softly to herself. She turned the moment she sensed him, and her smile faded. Not from worry, but from recognition. "You're leaving today, aren't you?" He nodded quietly. "Yes? Just for a bit?" Lena stepped closer, her expression soft, serious understanding. "I figured you would," she said gently. "There's something you still need to face?" He didn't speak for a moment, then whispered, "I'm going home." Lena exhaled slowly, then nodded. I'm glad she didn't try to stop him. Didn't ask if he was ready, didn't question the pain waiting for him. There, she simply placed a hand on his arm, warm, steady, and said, "Come back when you're done." Not sooner. Not later, he managed a small, trembling smile. "I will," before he left. She pressed something into his hand, a folded piece of paper. "Open it when you feel alone," she whispered. He nodded, placing it carefully into his jacket pocket. He drove for hours, the landscape shifting from open valleys to familiar roads lined with the same trees he had passed thousands of times before, but never with this weight in his chest. The closer he got to his old house, the tighter the air felt around him. Memories rising like ghosts he had avoided for decades. He pulled into the driveway, slowly turning off the engine. The silence ringing loudly inside him, he stared at the house for a long time, its windows dark and still, the same cracked step by the porch. The same curtain drawn tightly as if trying to keep time from entering. He stepped out of the car, feeling the ground beneath him heavy and unwelcoming. He approached the door, each step a battle between the man he was and the boy he had been. He unlocked at the hinges, creaking sharply as though protesting the return of someone who had abandoned the space years ago. The air inside was stale, thick, layered with dust and old shadows. He stepped inside, closing the door gently behind him, the quiet settling like a blanket of cold. His eyes adjusted slowly, taking in the worn furniture, the bookshelves untouched, his father's old jacket still hanging by the door as if waiting for a man long gone. He walked through the house, each room stirring something painful and familiar. The kitchen where he had eaten in silence for years. The living room where laughter never seemed to reach the hallway where he used to pause, listening for footsteps that never came. Then he reached the door he had avoided, even in memory. His childhood room, he opened it slowly, the air inside colder than the rest of the house, as if time had paused here deliberately. The walls were still the same pale blue. The desk still in the corner, the bed still neatly made the way he had left it. The day he moved out, his breath trembled as he stepped inside. This was the place where silence first taught him to shrink, where feelings became dangerous, where loneliness built the foundation for every wall he later carried inside him. He sat on the bed, running a hand along the old blanket threads, frayed but intact memories rising uninvited. The nights he waited for something he couldn't name, the days he walked through school hallways with a hollow chest. The afternoons he sat alone drawing, absent-mindedly thinking of the girl who made him feel seen, without understanding why he opened the drawer of his old desk slowly as if expecting the past to come. Alive inside it? He found old notebooks, sketches, a few trinkets from childhood, and then he saw it. A small envelope yellowed with age. His name written in handwriting he hadn't seen in decades, his father's handwriting. He froze breath, leaving his chest in a sharp tremor. He didn't open it, not yet. Instead, he sat there staring at it as the weight of everything he had carried for years finally shifted. He whispered softly to the empty room, "Why didn't you tell me? Why did you keep her from me? Why the word breaking? Each time into something smaller? Something more broken." His voice cracked into silence. Tears falling onto the floor, the room absorbing them quietly, he opened the envelope. Slowly, hands trembling inside, was a short letter. His father's handwriting shaky as though written near the end, it read simply, "I didn't know how to raise a boy with a heart as big as yours. I was afraid you would love too deeply and be hurt. I didn't understand that keeping you from pain meant keeping you from life. I didn't mean to take her from you. I just didn't know how to let you feel." I hope one day you can forgive me." He let the letter fall to his lap, tears blurring the ink, the ache inside him, shifting from anger to sorrow to something like release. He sat there for what felt like hours, letting every locked door inside him finally open, letting all the years he spent blaming himself unravel slowly, gently, truth settling in him, not as a wound, but as clarity. Finally, he placed the letter in the wooden box he had brought with him, then whispered to the room to his father, to the boy he once was, "I forgive you not because you earned it, but because I need to breathe again." He left the room, walked outside, letting the cold air wash over him, cleansing, steady, real. Before getting into the car, he reached into his pocket, pulling out the note Lina had given him. He unfolded it slowly, her handwriting looping softly across the small page. "You're not alone, even when you think you are come back to where you're." Seeing his breath shook, but he smiled a small, fragile, real smile. He placed the note against his chest, whispered thank you, and started the car, driving away from the house, not running this time, but letting go 1 mile at a time. The drive back to the village felt different from the drive away from it. The road didn't carry the same heaviness, the same dread. Instead, each passing mile felt like a quiet exhale, a slow uncoiling of something that had been clenched inside him for years. The sky gradually shifted from grey to pale blue, the sun pushing gently through thin layers of cloud as though welcoming him back. He didn't rush, he let the world pass at its own pace, letting his breath settle to match the movement of the road. The wooden box sat on the passenger seat, the letters inside now carrying a different weight. Not a burden, but a truth finally seen, finally understood when he reached the outskirts of the village. His chest tightened, not with fear, but with something softer. Anticipation, the feeling of returning not to a place, but to a life he wasn't sure he deserved yet, but one he finally wanted. He parked near the bookstore, but didn't immediately get out. He sat for a moment, letting the familiar quiet surround him, the cobblestones, the distant chatter, the faint scent of bread baking in the afternoon warmth. Then he opened the door, stepped out, and breathed deeply. The air felt clearer, brighter. Even the breeze seemed to move differently. Lifting the last traces of yesterday's grief from his shoulders, he walked toward the shop and saw Lina through the window. She was arranging a display near the front, her hair falling freely around her face. A soft concentration in her expression, he pushed open the door, the bell chiming lightly. She looked up immediately, and when she saw him, everything in her face changed. The relief was unmistakable. Gentle, warm, blooming across her features like dawn breaking. "You're back," she whispered. He nodded, unable to speak for a moment. His voice caught somewhere between breath and emotion. She walked toward him, stopping just close enough that he could feel her presence, but not the touch she wasn't sure he was ready for. "How did it go?" she asked softly. He inhaled slowly, painfully. "Honestly, I closed something that needed closing." He paused, then added quietly, "and opened something too." Lina nodded, her eyes filled with the kind of understanding that didn't need explanation. "I'm proud of you," she said. He felt the truth of those words settle deep inside him in a place still tender, but no longer afraid. They moved around the shop together, him carrying boxes, her sorting receipts. But today, something in their movements felt different, more aligned, more present, more alive, as though the space between them had shifted, slightly open and welcoming at one point, while she was arranging a row of newly arrived books. She glanced at him with a softness he wasn't used to seeing in anyone's gaze when their eyes met. He felt a warmth move through him like sunlight reaching a place long buried. Later, they took a break sitting near the back table while drinking tea, the air quiet around them. Lina studied him for a moment, then said, "You look lighter." He considered that for a moment, then nodded. "I feel lighter," she smiled. Not a broad smile, but a deep one. "Warm, intentional, good," she said. After a moment, she added quietly, "I hoped you'd come back to us." He felt a faint tightening in his chest. Not painful, but full, something delicate unfolding inside him. "I think I always would have." he said. "But I needed to go there first." She nodded. "I know, and I'm glad you didn't go alone." He frowned slightly. "I was alone," she shook her head. "No, you had her memory with you, and you had..." She hesitated, as though unsure whether the next words would push too far. Then finished softly. "You had me." He looked at her, stunned by the honesty of it, by the gentle courage in her voice, and something inside him loosened fully, allowing warmth where only grief had lived before. "Thank you," he whispered, not knowing how else to express the depth of what he felt. Later that afternoon, the bookstore owner returned, clapping him warmly on the shoulder. "Welcome back, my friend," he said without question, without expectation, simply acceptance he hadn't realized, until that moment, how long it had been since he felt part of something that welcomed him without conditions. As evening settled over the village, he and Lena walked together toward the inn, the lanterns lighting softly along the path, casting warm, golden halos onto the stones. Lena walked close, but not touching her presence, steady like a soft current guiding him. She looked up at him occasionally, her eyes filled with quiet relief and something more. Something fragile and growing when they reached the half-lit corner. Before their paths split, he stopped, turning toward her, his voice barely above a breath. "Thank you for being here when I needed it." She shook her head gently. "No, thank you for letting me." He felt something shift in his chest, something deep and undeniable, and before fear could rise, he said quietly, "I'm different now." She held his gaze eyes soft. "Yes, you are," he added softly, "and I think I'm ready to start living the life I want, not the one I've been running from." Lena smiled, a slow, tender smile, the kind that felt like it could break someone open and rebuild them all at once. Then she said simply, "I'm here for however long you want me here." He swallowed, emotion swelling at the edges of his voice. "I think I want that more than I've wanted anything in a long time." She stepped slightly closer, but didn't touch him, not yet letting the moment breathe, letting him choose how close he wanted this new life to be. "Goodnight," she whispered. He whispered goodnight back and watched her walk away, the lantern light brushing her silhouette gently as she disappeared around the corner. When he returned to his room, he placed the wooden box on the desk beside his journal. And for the first time when he looked at it, he didn't feel guilt. He felt gratitude. He touched the lid softly and whispered, "I'm home, not to a place, but to myself." He wrote in his journal tonight, "I realized something healing isn't leaving the past behind. It's letting the past walk beside you without leading you." And as he lay down, the quiet night around him, he finally understood something profound. He wasn't just staying in the village, he was choosing to belong to it and to someone in it. The next morning felt different from the others, a quiet electricity moving beneath the calm, as though the world was holding its breath for a moment that had been waiting 29 years to arrive. He woke before dawn, opening his eyes to a room washed in soft blue light. The village outside still asleep, he sat up slowly, feeling the weight of the wooden box on the desk, its presence no longer heavy but meaningful. A piece of his past that had finally stopped hurting and begun guiding him. After a moment of stillness, he rose, dressed, and gently picked up the box, holding it with a reverence that surprised even him. He didn't know exactly where he was going, only that today he needed to bring her memory somewhere new, somewhere she had never reached and where he had never dared to carry her. He stepped outside into the fresh, early air, the sky pale, and opened the faint scent of pine drifting across the quiet streets. He walked until instinct led him toward the hill overlooking the valley, the place where he had first allowed himself to speak the truth aloud, the place where something inside him had shifted without warning. Lena wasn't there. He hadn't told her he was leaving early. He didn't want to bring anyone into this moment, not even her. Not yet. This was something that needed to happen between him and the girl from the letters, between the man he had become and the boy he had been. He reached the top and stood breathing deeply, letting the cool wind wrap around him, the valley below, unfolding in a soft, muted glow. He sat on the grass, placing the wooden box beside him, and opened it slowly, one item at a time, taking out the drawing, the bracelet, the photograph, the letters, her handwriting, still carrying the warmth of someone who had loved him in a way he never fully understood. Until it was too late. He held the photograph first, the one where she wasn't looking at the camera. But at him, the quiet softness in her expression, unmistakable. He whispered into the wind, "I'm not the boy you knew anymore, but I hope you'd still recognize me." The wind brushed against him gently, like an answer. He placed the photo on his knee, then opened the final letter, the one that had changed everything. He read it again this time, without breaking, without collapsing, letting each line settle inside him like seeds finally finding soil. When he finished, he whispered, "I forgive you for going. I forgive myself for not knowing. I forgive the years we lost." He drew in a long breath, feeling something lift from inside him. Something that had lived there since he was a child. Something that no longer belonged. He picked up the bracelet, turning it in his fingers. The small star charm catching the morning light. And he whispered, "Thank you for loving me before I knew how to love myself." He placed the bracelet gently on the grass beside him, then closed the box, leaving the items outside instead of inside. For the first time, he wasn't putting her away. He was letting her breathe with him. He sat there for a long time, letting the moment settle, letting the past rest beside him without drowning him in silence. After a while, he whispered, "I'm ready to live now," and this time the words didn't feel like a plea or a promise. They felt like truth. He stood slowly gathering the items and returning them to the box. But as he did, he kept the bracelet in his hand, slipping it onto his wrist, feeling the small click echo like a final chord, connecting past to present. He walked back toward the village and felt something shift around him. The world felt wider, lighter, as though the air itself recognized the change. He entered the bookstore quietly and found Lena sitting at the back table reading. When she looked up, the softness in her eyes deepened instantly. She stood, approached him slowly, searching his face with a tenderness that felt like warmth pressed gently against his ribs. "Are you all right?" she whispered. He nodded yes, truly. She exhaled in relief, stepping closer, though still giving him space. Her voice barely audible. "Where did you go?" He held up the bracelet, faint light catching the edges. "I went to tell her. I'm ready." Lena's eyes softened further, not with sadness, but with something like respect, maybe even admiration. Then she whispered, "And are you?" He took a step closer, closing the fragile distance between them, not touching, but near enough that she felt the shift in him. The openness, the steadiness, the quiet acceptance. "Yes," he said, "I'm ready to live for real this time." Something unspoken passed between them, something deeper than words, something that felt like two paths finally merging after winding separately for far too long. Lena reached out slowly, giving him every chance to pull away, and placed her fingers lightly on his wrist just over the bracelet. Her touch, soft, warm, grounded the gesture, small but significant. He didn't pull away, he leaned into it, letting her presence steady him. Her voice trembled gently. "Then let life take you forward," she said. "You don't have to walk alone anymore." He felt his breath catch, not from fear, but from the overwhelming tenderness of being seen, being chosen, being allowed to choose someone new without letting go of someone old. He whispered softly, "Thank you." Lena's response was just as soft. "You don't need to thank me. Just let yourself live." He felt something open inside him, fully, completely, a space finally large enough for both grief and hope, loss and beginning, memory and possibility. And as they stood there in the quiet warmth of the shop, he realized something with profound clarity. The story that had started with a letter found 29 years too late was no longer a story about loss. It was becoming a story about living again. The morning of the final day did not feel like an ending, but like a beginning wrapped in quiet light. He woke slowly, stretching beneath the soft weight of the blankets. The air warm with sunlight drifting through the window, the village already beginning to stir. He sat up, feeling a calm he had never known before. Not the fragile calm of someone afraid to breathe too deeply, but the steady, full calm of someone finally living inside his own skin. He dressed without hurry, ran his fingers over the bracelet, letting the small star charm tap gently against his wrist, a sound that felt less like memory and more like guidance. He stepped outside the inn and took a slow walk through the village, letting himself see everything as if, for the first time, the lanterns swaying gently in the morning breeze. The bakery windows fogged with warmth, the quiet laughter of two children chasing each other through the square. He reached the fountain and sat there for a long moment, watching the water rise and fall steady as breath, steady as life. And he realized something simple and profound. For the first time in 29 years, he was not waiting for anything. Not waiting for the past to return, not waiting for pain to ease, not waiting for permission to live. He was simply here, present, real alive when he arrived at the bookstore. The bell chimed softly and Lena looked up from the counter. Her smile slow, warm, and utterly unguarded. "You're early," she said. He nodded without explanation, but she didn't need one. His presence said more than words could they work together through the morning. Not talking much, but existing in a closeness that no longer felt fragile or uncertain, but natural, inevitable. The kind of closeness formed not from rushing, but from choosing over and over again when noon arrived. Lena closed the ledger and looked at him with a quiet expectation. "Want to walk?" He nodded, and they stepped outside into the bright day, moving along the familiar cobblestone paths until they reached the hill. Overlooking the valley, the place where so many pieces of his heart had broken and reformed, they stood together in silence. The wind moving gently around them, carrying the faint scent of pine and warm grass. After a long moment, he reached into his coat and pulled out the wooden box, not opening it, just holding it. Lena looked at it, then at him, her eyes soft with understanding. "This is the last time I'll carry it," he said quietly. Lena didn't speak. She let him find the words, the wind brushing softly against her hair. He continued, "I'll keep what's inside, but I won't carry the weight anymore." She smiled gently. That's what she would want. He nodded, breathing deeply, feeling the truth of that settle into him. He walked a few steps forward to the edge of the hill and kneeled, placing the box on the grass. Not to abandon it, but to return it to the place where he himself had changed. He touched the lid once and whispered, "Thank you for loving me." Then stood again, leaving the box open, the wind lifting the edges of the letters softly, as if reading them one last time. Lena stepped beside him, not touching, but close. And he realized he didn't need to hold the past tightly anymore, because it was already part of him in a way that wasn't painful anymore. They walked back down the hill slowly, and as they reached the last turn, he stopped, turning toward her, his voice barely above a breath. "I want my life back," Lena nodded gently. "You already have it." He swallowed emotion, rising not heavy but full. "I want to share it this time, not hide from it, not run from it." And her eyes softened in the quietest, most hopeful way. "How do you want to share it?" He took a small step toward her, not bold, just honest. The kind of step it took him months to be able to make. "I want you to be in it if you want to be." She exhaled a breath. She didn't know she was holding her smile, trembling slightly. "Yes, I want to be." They didn't embrace, they didn't rush. They simply stood there, letting the truth settle naturally between them, becoming something steady, something bright, something alive. Later that evening, the village gathered for another poetry night. Lanterns glowing in soft amber circles. Laughter drifting through the air. He stood among them. Not at the edges, not in the shadows, but in the open Lena at his side, her presence warm and calm. When it was his turn to speak, he stepped forward, heart steady, breath. Even he held no paper, no notebook, only the truth he carried now within him. He looked at the crowd, then at Lena, then at the sky, just beginning to turn violet, and said simply, "I once thought that losing someone meant losing the part of myself that loved them. But I was wrong. I've learned that love doesn't disappear. It becomes the place where light enters again." Even after years of darkness, he paused, a soft quiet, settling over the courtyard. And I've learned that living isn't moving on. It's carrying what shaped you without letting it stop you from being whole. He let the silence breathe, then finished with the words that finally closed. The circle of 29 years I'm here now fully for the first time. And I'm not afraid anymore. When he stepped back, the applause wasn't loud. It didn't need to be. It was warm, steady, genuine. Lena met him with eyes that said more than any words could say. And as the lantern light reflected in her gaze, he understood that this was not the end of a story, but the beginning of one he finally felt ready to live later that night. When he walked her home, they stopped again at the quiet corner where their paths divided. But tonight, neither stepped away immediately. He whispered, "Thank you for walking with me through all of this." She answered softly, "You walked too? Don't forget that." He smiled a real full smile, one he hadn't felt on his face in years. Then he said goodnight, not as an ending, but as a promise. And as he returned to his room, he felt something inside him settle fully. The past no longer a wound, the future no longer a threat. The present finally a home. He lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling, the bracelet warm against his wrist, and whispered into the quiet to her, to Lena, to himself, "I lived." And for the first time, the words didn't feel like hope, they felt like truth.